For context, I'm a 5'3" female and I was 18 when this happened. I'm 20 now and thinking about this makes my heart race still. It was late on a summer night and I had been hanging out with some of my guy friends at the skatepark. We were smoking weed and the other guys were downing beers as usual. Normally, my twin sister would be with us, as she is my best friend and great friends with these guys as well. But she was out with her boyfriend that night. The guys were talking about using their fake IDs to go to a bar. Since the legal drinking age here is 19, none of us would legally be able to get in, so I decided to call it a night. I had no interest in that, and I didn't even have a fake ID. When I told the guys, they offered to skate beside me while I biked, and I declined, telling them that I'd just bike home fast and they'd probably just slow me down. They skated off and told me to text one of them when I was home. I put my headphones in and sped off. I had been biking for about 10 minutes and was about 5 more away from home when I came to a stoplight, and in my head, I cursed the old man who sat on a bench near the crosswalk. I had wanted to bike through the red light, but I didn't want to give him a reason to think, stupid teenagers. So I stopped my bike, and he gave me an oddly large smile. I felt a chill go down my spine, but I noticed he had a cane perched upon his lap. Oh, he's harmless, I thought. I bet he can barely walk. I looked at the light again, and a big red hand stared back at me. I can't cross still. When I looked back at his face, he said something. That's when I realized I still had music blasting through my earbuds. I took one out, but as I did, the old man stood up with his cane. He stood there for a second, about 10 feet away from me, using the cane for balance. "Pardon, sir?" I said. Suddenly, he dropped the cane, and I barely had time to process it when I saw him sprinting at me. I froze for a second. My feet wouldn't move. Then, they were scrambling, struggling to get a grip on the pedals. I ended up going through the red light, but that was the furthest thing from my mind at this point. I just kept biking as fast as I could. I didn't look back until I couldn't hear his footsteps anymore. When I did look back, he was speed walking toward his bench, and the cane he clearly did not fucking need. I have no idea why he sprinted at me, and I still wonder what he said to me. I wonder more what his intentions were. To assault me? Kidnap me? Did he have a weapon? It all seems so odd, because he truly looked so frail sitting on that bench with his cane. So, to that old man, I hate you. Please, oh please, let's not meet. This is going to be a long one since I've never managed to put the whole story together clearly until now. This happened in a relatively small town or city in Canada in April of 2016, just right before I graduated high school. I was 17 at that time. It was my grad year and most of the people in my grad class were partying and planning activities to celebrate our upcoming graduation. One of the traditions in my town is to play a grad game called Rambo, which is basically a version of Predator Prey. A bunch of people would meet up at a location on one side of the city, and the goal was for the runners to make it to a spot on the other side of the city without getting caught by the seekers, which were groups of 3 to 4 in their cars. Runners also went in groups of 3 to 4, but they had to be on foot. My grad class was around 200 people, and I would say this particular night there were about 60 to 70 people playing. This takes place after it's completely dark outside, and I think about 11 p.m. that night. I had planned to be a runner in a group of 4 with my boyfriend at that time, as well as my friend and her boyfriend. However, my now ex-boyfriend bailed last minute to go do drugs at a different party with his friends, which left me as a third wheel with my friend and her man. No problem, right? I should have never gone. Now, for reference, I am tiny, like I am 4'11", and I weighed around 80 pounds at that time. I genuinely look like I'm around 13 if I don't wear makeup and if you don't get a good look at me. Anyways, me and my friend got all dressed up in black and put war paint on our cheeks, and the 3 of us headed to the spot. I live in what I always considered a safe town, mostly full of families or retired people, and there are only a few baddish neighborhoods in the city. The game started, and we all ran, and all was fun, until about an hour in midnight that we had to cross through one of the said neighborhoods. While we were walking along a residential street sidewalk, one of the seeker cars came ripping down the street, and the 3 of us ran. Of course, my friend and her man stayed together, and I got separated somehow in the scuffle. Once the seekers weren't in the immediate area, I started calling out to my friends, and I could hear their voices somewhere in the distance. I texted my friend, and she said they were in an alley on the other side of the houses, while I was still on the sidewalk in front. I had 2 options. I could walk to the end of the block and find the alley that way, but I was about 20 houses away in either direction. I knew for a fact that there were seekers nearby who had seen us and knew that we were in the area. My other option was to cut through someone's yard and immediately be in the alley and reunite with my group. Why I did this, I will never know. Like I said, I'm a tiny little girl, and this was known to be a rough neighborhood. I looked at the nearest houses and spotted one that didn't have a front gate. His lawn went straight into the backyard, save for a few shrubs on the side of the house. I thought this might mean that I can go straight through and that there wouldn't be a back fence. I chose this house and stepped over the shrubs and jogged towards the back. As I did, a motion light came on that illuminated the backyard. This scared me, but I was already in, so I figured I would just get out as fast as possible. When the light came on, however, I noticed that there was in fact a fence, and about a 6 to 7 foot tall one at that. I certainly couldn't jump it, but there was a gate with a latch that I ran into. I remember having to stand on my tippy toes to even reach the latch. While fumbling with the latch, I heard a noise. It was the sound of the back door of the house opening. The houses in this area were quite small and often dilapidated. I would say that back door was only around 15 feet from the fence. It had some concrete stairs with wrought iron railings. I remember turning my head towards the noise and having around 1 second to see this gigantic bald man in his stained white briefs charging at me from his front door. He was at least 6'5" and well over 300 pounds. He hit me like a freight train. He slammed into me so that I hit the fence hard. I think he came at me with his hands neck height, but I can't remember for sure. What I do remember vividly, though, was how he picked me up, my full body weight by my neck. I remember trying to shriek and hearing my own voice barely choking out a sound. He immediately started towards the door he came from. As he dragged me towards his house, I remember being sure that something horrific was going to happen to me and that I was going to die. I remember his hairy, sweaty body absorbing my kicks and attempts to hit him, and I was trying to scream the whole time, but both his hands around my neck was an unescapable silencing death trap. Right in front of his steps, my iPhone flew out of my hoodie pocket and hit the concrete, reminding me of its existence altogether. But now, it was sitting on the ground as he hauled me up the stairs. I still don't know how I mustered the strength, but that wrought iron railing gave me something to finally leverage myself against. I managed to pull myself away from his grasp using that fence just long enough to grab my phone. His hand slipped off my neck but caught my hoodie's neckline, which tore to my sternum. I was wearing another shirt underneath. This hoodie is still the grim reminder of this day. For some reason, I can't throw it away. Now, he immediately caught me again, but in my mind, I was for sure going to die if I didn't even have my phone to somehow call help or something. But being out of his grasp allowed for another thing. I could scream. I knew my friends were somewhere in that back alley, and I screamed bloody murder at the top of my lungs once I could. He caught me again and dragged me into his house, and I vaguely remember him trying to cover my mouth or grab my throat again, but I'm not sure. Upon entering his house, I saw where he was taking me. The steps into his pitch-black basement were only about 4 feet from his back door, and he was headed straight for it. I was certain that I was going to be dragged into his rape or murder dungeon, and no one would ever see me again. This freak had 1 foot down the stairs when he heard it. Before his back door fully shut, there came a sound from outside that I believed saved my life. It was my friend calling my name. They heard me screaming, and they were very close to the yard that I was in. So naturally, they started freaking out and calling my name, and this guy heard them. He froze in his tracks, eyes fixed out the back door now, when he realized that I wasn't alone. All at once, he let go of me and stepped in front of the door, blocking my escape back through it. But then, he started asking me all sorts of questions like he was in a frenzy. "Why were you in my yard? You were stealing and vandalizing, weren't you?" I was pretty messed up, but started trying to explain the game that I was playing, referring heavily to the fact that I was with a group of friends and I was just trying to cut through his yard. I was now able to get a good look at him, completely naked aside from some stained saggy white briefs. After about 30 seconds, my friends called my phone, and I have never picked up a call so fast. I immediately started yelling at her that I am in someone's house and he's trying to kidnap me, what the house looked like, and many more. I stayed back from him and stayed on the phone with my friend while he was screaming at me that he performed a civilian's arrest because I was vandalizing his property. He repeatedly threatened to call the police, to which I said, "Please do," every time. The police would get me out of his house, but he never did call them. But he made me write my name on a piece of paper, which I did because I just wanted him to let me go. He kept me in his house, seemingly trying to figure out what to do, until around 2 minutes later, that there was a violent banging at his front door. My friends had found his house and were just going to town on this guy's door. Then he finally let me go out the back door. I promptly threw up on his front lawn from nerves as soon as I was reunited with my friends. Well, my gift to him. This is what happened after the incident. I understand that I was trespassing, but I was not stealing or vandalizing. What he did, I believe to be assault and unlawful confinement, not a civilian's arrest. And may I remind you that I am under 5 foot tall, standing on my little tippy toes to reach the gate, my long blonde hair hanging down my back. He knew I was a little girl, and I don't believe for a second that he truly thought that I was a threat to his property. I will never forget the way he stepped 1 foot into that basement. So it goes, the aftermath. Later, I had some bruises on my neck and my hair was coming out in clumps from where it had been ripped out during the struggle. And I was missing many of my piercings, including my belly ring somehow. This from the sheer violence of the altercation. I told my parents and whatnot about it and went to bed that night, but I don't think I slept. The next morning, my mom convinced me to go to the police. At the time, I remember wanting to just hide somewhere safe for the rest of eternity, but my mom convinced me that he can't just get away with what he did to me. I went to the police station, where I had to wait for around an hour to speak with a constable. Because I live in a smaller town, there aren't a lot of cops on duty on a Sunday, and the cop I would talk to was currently on another call. What we didn't know at that time was that my dad was the reason the cops were busy. Now, my dad kind of looks like a freak. He looks like a long-haired biker and drives old vintage cars with his sported exhaust, so they are as loud as a Harley. He was angry. He pulled up at this guy's house and apparently stood and stared into his front window for a long time. Then he headed to the back alley and did the same. I learned that this guy had multitudes of security cameras all over his house, and my dad apparently stared into one in the back for upwards of 8 minutes without moving. The guy called the cops on my dad, who left just as they showed up. This guy then gave a statement to the cops before I got to, claiming that I had been vandalizing his property and were sending people to further mess with his house. Of course, he had no evidence of vandalism, and only my dad being freaky as evidence that anyone was going to mess with him. He told the officers that he did not have footage of the altercation, which I think is bullshit. He just didn't want them to see him attacking me and dragging me into his house. The same cops came back to the station where I was waiting, and before I got to give any statement, they described my dad to me and asked if I knew him. I told them it was my dad, and they said, "We don't know who you are affiliated with, but you need to leave this man alone." I remember being taken aback by this, because here I was to give my statement, and they have already decided that this guy was the victim of the situation. I was pretty shell-shocked, and trying to tell the story clearly was tricky for me. The cop hardly wrote anything down, and then he basically threw the book at me. He told me, "You are the one trespassing. Do you understand that Mr. X could press charges on you?" I was flabbergasted. I had literally been attacked, had bruises on my neck, a torn sweater, hair falling out in clumps as evidence, and the cop said I was the criminal. This scared the shit out of me because I had ambitions for the future which could not include any kind of record. So this shut me up, and I agreed to let it go and left the station. In hindsight, I think the cops really did not want to deal with the situation and just wanted it to go away, and they succeeded. For a few years, I was terrified of seeing this man again and was convinced that he was going to eventually show up at the post office that I worked at, but he never did. My dad continued to drive slowly past his house from time to time, including the alley, and even got one of his actual biker friends to park right out front and smoke a cigarette while looking at the house. The cop showed up on him, but it's not illegal to pull over and have a smoke. I like to think this guy lived in fear that the Hells Angels were after him, at least for a while. I coped by kind of convincing myself that this was his messed up idea of a civilian's arrest and that he wasn't trying to kidnap me. But telling the story reminds me that that may have not been the case. I've never told the story in full before, so if you made it this far, thanks for reading. I really wish I didn't have to write this down, but I don't think I'll be getting much sleep tonight anyway. So I figured that I might share with you what's going on in my house right now. A couple of points relevant to the story. First, I'm a student who is currently pursuing his higher education abroad. The country I reside in is the Netherlands. Next, I live with two other people whose rooms are on the same floor as mine. One flatmate in particular is slightly problematic, but more on that later. Another one is that I cannot possibly go out because there's a curfew in place, and if I go out, I risk facing a fine. And lastly, I live on the third floor and the living room is located on the second floor. I work from home and I took a break from work to go and wash my plate in the kitchen. I usually eat in my room because I want to be close to my laptop in case something at work happens. The kitchen is located right next to the living room on the second floor, and in order to get there, I need to go downstairs and move through the living room. Please keep in mind that it's 11 p.m. here in the Netherlands, so it's pretty dark outside. So I go down and I turn on the lights in the kitchen without turning the lights in the living room on. I'm already pretty familiar with the route to the kitchen, despite the darkness, as I have been living here for approximately a year and a half now. I washed my plate, and right as I'm about to leave the kitchen, I turn off the lights, and I see a silhouette getting up from the couch, and then lying down again. This is the moment when my heart sank and when I started wondering if I'm seeing things. I wasn't brave enough to check and see what's going on, so I lowered my body down and really quietly went upstairs. I was literally crawling on the stairs at one point. So I finally reach my floor and then I knock on one of my flatmates' room. I respect his privacy and I will not share any details about his appearance. But for the sake of clarity, I am going to refer to him as Kevin from now on. Now, Kevin is a fascinating individual, to say the least. He has 3 kids from multiple women, and according to him, there's a 4th one on the way. He is generally nice, but he tends to get crazy drunk, and some of the parties he throws at our place tend to be incredibly loud and unpleasant for the rest of the tenants. After our landlord warned him, he no longer seems to invite people over. Thank God for that. But he still gets drunk pretty frequently, and it's usually a mess. I'm not going to share more stories, but based on my experiences, I assume that if there's anyone that knows what the fuck is going on downstairs, it would be him. So Kevin opens the door and I ask him if he knows anything about the person sleeping on the couch in the living room. I have calmed down a bit since. At first, I reached the conclusion that this is one of Kevin's friends who simply crashed at our couch. No big deal, but I wanted to make sure just in case. Turns out, I was only halfway there. This person is in fact here because of Kevin, but they're not a friend of Kevin. They're a homeless person that were found by Kevin on his way home today, and they have never met each other before. But Kevin felt bad for them and offered them to sleep on the couch at our place for the night. I am fucking speechless. I don't mind having people over every now and then, and I have nothing against homeless people, but I think that inviting a complete stranger over to spend the night at your place without at least discussing this with your flatmates is somewhat inconsiderate, well, to say the least. Moreover, there's a fucking pandemic raging on worldwide, so this whole situation isn't exactly in our best interest either. I did consider going to a friend's place and spending the night there, but I'm not really interested in going downstairs for the time being. Plus, I risk getting a fine, as going out after 9 p.m. here is prohibited. So yeah, here we are now. I apologize for any grammatical errors, but English is not my native tongue. Plus, I don't really feel like spell checking at this moment. It's relatively quiet now. Let's hope it's going to stay that way. I never told anyone important about this because I'm not sure if anyone around me would believe me. And also, it's been so long. This is my first post on here, so I apologize if this is hard to read. I'm 24 years old now, but this happened when I was maybe 12 or 13. When I was younger, I would always lie to my mom about where I was going for the night, although my plans were to stay out late past curfew with my buddy Corey. I would say, "I'm sleeping over at Corey's house," and he would tell his mom the same. We've been caught a couple times, but this was before ever getting caught. My mom lives in this nice development of townhouses. She still lives there, and sometimes walking around the development to this day brings me chills about what I experienced that one night. Corey and I were walking around the town, hitting up with friends, meeting with friends, and just doing stupid shit since I was young. After everyone else had enough sense to go home after a while, Corey and I would either go back to my mom's development and play a half-assed manhunt, or fuck with any cars coming in or out of the development. I wish we hadn't done that. This night, we went back to my mom's development and we noticed a black BMW driving pretty slow into the neighborhood. We assumed it was an old person or whatnot, but Corey told me, this looks like an undercover cop. And being the idiot that I was, or maybe just wanting the thrill, I believed him. We ran and hid behind bushes and trees. Behind some rows of townhouses, we were still in play mode. But we noticed something. This black BMW is certainly onto us and is driving very slow and always around where we were. We were now certain that this was some sort of cop or someone who would get us in trouble, but we were very, very wrong. In the midst of running around and trying to hide from his car, we ran across one of the streets and he caught us dead in our tracks. I fucking dipped. I ran and yelled at Corey to hurry up or we'd get in trouble and caught being out past curfew. But Corey just stood there. I was so confused. Why would you give up now? I hid behind a bush and watched, but kept whisper yelling for him to join me or dip. The black BMW turned its hazard lights on, and I noticed a figure in black get out of the car. Then a yell of a grown man's voice. "Where the fuck do you think you're going?" It scared the shit out of me. I was ready for my buddy Corey to get placed in the back of an undercover cop car, and I was ready for his mom to call my mom, and that would be it for me. But as this guy walked closer, I noticed he wasn't in uniform if he was a cop, just casual black clothes, not a uniform of any sort. I was confused. Then I see this man push Corey on the ground. That was when my adrenaline was rushing like crazy, so I ran out to try and stop it, but instead, he just pushed me to the side and left me on the ground. He was wailing on my friend Corey. I was screaming, and I expected people to come running out, but nobody came out. He threw Corey into the passenger seat of the car and drove off. I was panicking. I didn't know what to do. On my way home, with tears in my eyes, and running where it feels like I can't breathe, I hear the BMW racing up the street to me. He gets beside me and lets Corey get out. Corey, in tears and scared for his life, ran up next to me. The man yelled out, "Go home and get the fuck to bed. If I see you out here again, it will be the last." And then he drove off angrily. Corey and I are not very close to this day, and this experience was something that he never liked to talk much about. He was in the car with a guy for maybe 1 minute max, and I don't know if that guy knew Corey personally, or if he was just some asshole who decided that he was gonna mentally and physically fuck with some kids late at night, but we kept everything from our parents. We told friends at school and on the bus, but nobody ever believed us. They would just laugh and ask patronizing questions. I don't think about this as often as I should maybe, but when I decide to take a stroll in the development that my mom lives in, once in a while, I'll think about that horrific moment for Corey and I. So to the man who drove the black BMW and scared my buddy and I to a living hell, please, let's not meet again. I recently quit my job at a well-known Canadian store franchise, auto parts and home improvement, and many more. I was a 17-year-old cashier, and because the city that I live in has no or very few Walmarts, I guess all the people who go to Walmart come here instead. Our uniforms are by no means revealing or suggestive, but I guess the fact that I don't have a resting bitch face made me a larger target for wackos. I think the first time I noticed someone following me was on my way to work at about 4 p.m. This was a solid 1 kilometer walk. I probably wouldn't have noticed if the guy wasn't so obvious about it. He was wearing all black, which isn't uncommon, but his behavior is what really ticked me off. I was running a little late to work and sped up my pace. This man too sped up his pace to be within 1 to 2 feet of me. I think, oh, he's trying to pass me on the sidewalk. I'll just go on the grass and slow down. I do so, and he follows me onto the grass. When I look behind at him and make direct eye contact, he doesn't so much as nod at me. He just continues staring at me with some weird amusement in his eyes. I can hear him breathing. We're next to a busy street, and I can hear his breathing over the sound of an industrial truck. Keep in mind, this is in the middle of a pandemic, so please stay at least 2 meters away from me at all times. I then quicken my pace to the point where I'm halfway between power walking and jogging. When I look behind at him, he's trying to keep up with my threatened pace, but I'm managing to put up some distance between us. Unfortunately, this did not last for long. As I approached the intersection, there was another woman there, and I desperately tried to make eye contact with her, but I fail. I look behind me, and he's really way too close to my face. I stepped into the street a bit just to put some distance between us, and he still has that weird look in his eye. Thankfully, the crosswalk signal turns on, and I walk as fast as I possibly can. The man is now jogging, trying to keep up with me. I turn to go in the car park, and I manage to lose him for a little bit. All the while, I'm still repeating, fucking run, bitch, over and over in my head. I look behind me, and he's made it into the parking lot, so I essentially stop trying to not look crazy and just run through the store doors and wait for an elevator. Right as I make it into the elevator and the doors are closing, I see the man walk into the store, staring at me while the elevator doors close. This isn't the only story I plan to tell. There was also a guy at my work in a red puffy jacket who was recording me. While I was ringing a customer up, the customer suddenly approached me and discreetly asked, did you know that man is recording you? When I asked what he said, a man over there in a red jacket is pretending to take pictures of items, but he keeps raising his phone above the shelf and recording you. I look over, and sure enough, someone's trying to record me and failing to be discreet about it. I thank the customer for letting me know, and I call the manager while making eye contact with the man. I don't know why he was recording me. I'm not famous or anything. I'm 17, and he's only recording me. Why? I have zero idea, and I still have no clue. If anyone has any info on creepers recording random girls and why they do that, I'd greatly appreciate it if they'd enlighten me. I was fully clothed, nothing was off about my face, and there's nothing that would make me otherwise stand out among the other 5 cashiers on the floor. When the man got to a cashier, one of my managers approached him and asked to look at his phone. He refused, saying that he was only taking pictures of products and wasn't recording anyone. And so, they let him go. Later that day, I bought a knife, because honestly, taking public transport at 10 p.m. is whack sometimes, especially when there's junkies, guys beating up their friends, abandoned buildings right behind your bus stop, and other things that go bump in the night. I quit my job because I didn't feel safe anymore there. The fact that they let our shifts end at 10 p.m. was definitely also a reason why. So, man with a red jacket, and the man dressed in all black, and numerous subway junkies. Let's not meet again. And to the guy who pointed out the guy filming me, you're a true ally, but I hope we never meet under similar circumstances again. I had been living in Prague for about a year. I taught 3rd grade at a bilingual school during the day and worked door security for a tourist bar at night. Weekends, I would get off work around 3 or 4, depending on how busy it was, at which point I would take the tram from the city center to where my apartment was located. At that time, I was 22 years old and had short black hair and round eyeglasses. This is important. One night, I stood at the back of the tram, headphones in, despite my phone being dead. They were like a security blanket to prevent me from socializing with drunk English speakers that populated city center that time of night. This group of 7 guys, looking to be between 25 and 30, get on being loud and drunk. I'm okay with accents, and these guys were definitely British, probably there for a stag do. I ignore them until I hear this conversation.
I'd fuck that Harry Potter looking girl.
Like she'd fuck you, mate.
Like I'd give her a choice.
Raucous laughter and high-fiving over this little rape joke.
How can you even tell that's a girl?
Only one way to find out, ain't there?
And then more laughter. I keep staring at my Kindle and acting like I couldn't hear them or didn't speak English. But internally, I was screaming in panic. My stop was only 2 away, and I figured that I'd want to be as close to my flat as possible when I got off. So I sit there, ignoring the leering, until the tram gets to my stop. I get off. I've got 3 blocks up and half a block over to get to my flat. They get off. That's fine. I live 2 blocks away from a very popular club, and quite a few bars and hotels are in that area. I try to rationalize to myself. They're not following me. I had a test. A stupid thing I did to see if people walking behind me were following me. And I crossed at the weird place in the street. And they crossed. I pick up my pace to be walking fast but not running. Their pace picks up and laughter emanates from the group behind me. I refuse to look back. I make the 3 blocks with them steadily closing the gap to me. I turn left and bolt, running as fast as I can, keychain with rock in my palm and building key between my thumb and pointer knuckle. I slam the door, and even though it locks automatically and doesn't have a turntable handle, I throw the deadbolt and continue running to my flat, where I also turn the deadbolt. I get to my room, which faces the street, and I curl up in a corner shaking, as through my open window I can hear.
Hey, where'd that bitch go?
along with other things that I'm not going to post. After about 15 minutes, I heard them go away. So yeah, you group of British boys, I won't even call you men. Let's not meet. Long-time reader and first-time poster. This might not be written in the best grammar, so please forgive me. This story takes place back in April of 2018, and I live on Long Island and was in my freshman year of high school. I was going through a tough time. Earlier in the week, my girlfriend broke up with me because of rumors that she heard about me, which I won't share on this subreddit. There was a lot of drama going on about my life at this time. Depression, broken hearts, typical high school bullshit. And my mom knew that I was down in the dumps. So one night, she took me to get a new phone in the nearby mall. I had an iPhone 5 at that time, going to an iPhone 8, so I needed a new one. We were gone for about an hour, and we returned home with my dog greeting us. Let me tell you something about my dog. He's a short, stocky golden retriever who's never violent or vicious in any way. This is important for later. My dad was still at work, so it was my duty to take out the trash. I went through the front door with my dog resting on the porch, and I went to the side of my house to throw out the trash. When I was throwing the bag, I looked over to my neighbor's house, where I saw a guy dressed in all black around 6 foot tall walking out of their side door. Being a paranoid 14-year-old, I had so many red flags going off. Let me tell you something about my neighbors and my neighborhood. I live in a safe neighborhood, but not 15 minutes away from walking distance. We live by a town that has a high crime rate ranging from muggings, drug dealing, and even murders from time to time. My neighbors, on the other hand, have an older stepson who drags race in part of town, so for some stupid reason, I wasn't in the fight or flight mode yet because I was assuming that this could be one of his friends. Stupid me, I know. Until there was another man, and then another. There were 6 fucking guys dressed in all black coming out of the house and from the backyard. Then I knew what was going on, so I tried walking away as if I saw nothing. When I was on my driveway, I saw 2 of the 6 guys slowly walking towards me. My blood went cold within a second as they were getting close. My dog went running off the porch, chasing the 6 men down the street and chasing them into the night. And my dog came back, and I was still standing on my driveway, trying to process what I just saw. I went back inside with my mom asking me what just happened, and I told her what I just saw with the 6 men coming out of the neighbor's house and heading towards me. We called the police and they came over to ask me questions. I described the 6 men as best as I can, and the police told us we're not the first to experience this, as there were 7 burglaries all over town at that time, and I probably witnessed them attempting to break in. I told the officers about 2 of the 6 guys walking toward me after I saw them, and they told me that since I saw them, they were trying to stop a witness. That was basically a friendly way of them saying that the burglars were going to kill me since I saw what they were doing. As typical as this could get, the best they could do was a police report, and I was always afraid of break-ins, but I never thought that I would experience one. To this day, I'm still surprised at how my harmless golden retriever saved my life that night and showed me that no matter where you are in this world, this shit could happen anywhere. 4 years have gone by, and my family now has a gun, and I'm currently training in kickboxing for self-defense. So, to the 6 men who tried to break into my neighbors, Let's not meet again. This happened a long time ago, and I'm guessing back in 2006, and I can't even have been older than 4 years old at that time. Yet, I vividly remember the fear that I felt during this encounter. It was an early summer morning and the sun was up, but few people were out. In fact, the streets were practically dead in that morning. My mom decided to take my sister, only 1 year old, seated in a stroller, and I to throw away some garbage at the garbage station. I might add that the garbage station is kind of secluded from nearby houses, bordering one of those deep dark forests of eastern Sweden. Since I was only 4 years old when this happened, the memories from the incident have faded a lot. However, my mom remembers all of it. She says that upon entering the garbage station, she immediately got an eerie feeling of being watched. I remember that feeling too, and I felt creeped out, even though I didn't know why I was scared. I guess I could sense my mom's fear. Walking along that secluded garbage station, my mom suddenly stopped and told me this. She said my name and added, "Hold on to the stroller as hard as you can and don't let go, no matter what." That's my most vivid memory I have of this, and I don't think I'll ever forget those words. I'll at least never forget how they made me feel. It was as if my blood turned to ice. I just froze. My mom sounded stern, but even a toddler can sense when someone's scared shitless, and my mom was definitely afraid of something. The rest is just a blur, and I don't remember much apart from the aforementioned, so I'll let the rest of the story be told from the perspective of my mother. This is the recollection of her experience, recalled to the best of my abilities in my own words. Not far from where we were standing, a truck was parked with a man seated in front. Nothing unusual. A lot of truck drivers stopped to rest by the side of the road, but this man was staring. He wouldn't stop staring. He stared right at me, examining my body with the determined gaze of a predator. Gluing the three of us in his sight, he truly seemed pleased by the fear he'd instilled in our faces. And his eyes, they were something else, almost as if they didn't belong to a human, but rather to a predator on the savannah. I felt like prey, stuck in the claws of a lion, and I just couldn't move. But that's when he smiled at me. I remember that dead smile, those cold, calculating eyes, and the way he licked his lips, almost as if to say, "I could kill you if I wanted to." I believe this was the point in time into this strange encounter when my mom told me to hold on to the stroller and to hold on tightly and not let go. My mom is a small woman, 160 centimeters, weighing only about 45 kilograms, about 5 foot and 100 pounds, and she could easily have been overpowered by that overweight man in the truck. My mom later admitted that she was afraid that he'd jump out of the truck and knock her out, possibly assaulting her, or even kidnapping me or my 1-year-old sister. We bolted out of there. We didn't throw away much garbage that morning, and we just turned around and walked home as fast as mom can do with a stroller and a 4-year-old toddler by her side. We've never talked about what happened that day, up until very recently. The incident has always lingered somewhere in the back of my mind as that weird thing that happened when I was a child, and every time I walk past that garbage station, I get a weird feeling in the pit of my stomach. As previously mentioned, this happened around 2006. Fast forward to 2008, The face of a 10-year-old little girl called Engla was printed across the front page of every newspaper in sight. She had been abducted, sexually assaulted, and murdered, and the perpetrator was an overweight truck driver named Anders Eklund, now known as one of Sweden's most infamous killers. Anders Eklund was charged with the murder of Engla, alongside the rape and murder of a woman named Pernelia. He is also suspected of abducting another little girl, who's still missing, making him a pedophile, a serial rapist, and a serial killer. My mom says that when he saw Eklund's picture in the paper, especially when she saw those cold, familiar eyes, she knew he was the creepy man from the garbage station that early morning all those years ago. Thinking how my mom or my sister or me or all of us could have been his victims, that sends chills up my spine. Anders, even though you're behind bars, let's not ever meet again. So this occurred mid-January of 2019. It was around 10 p.m. and my dad and I were taking the dog for a walk around the block. As we were crossing the road, a girl in her late teens or early 20s came running towards us, screaming about how he was beating her up, and she led us into a small nearby terrace. As we entered the living room, someone threw a ceramic cup in our direction, which smashed on the wall right next to our heads. There was a shirtless Aboriginal guy, also late teens or early 20s, pacing around in an agitated manner. He appeared to be drunk or high, and there was another girl in the kitchen holding a baby, and she was screaming something at the guy. The first girl told us that he's on meth. We attempted to de-escalate the situation, as my dad spoke to the girls to get a better idea of what was going on. I followed the guy outside, where I asked him some questions, but he gave no intelligible answers. I seem to have a lapse in memory at this point, because all I remember is next thing, we're on the footpath and he's lunging at my dad. They fought briefly, and I tried to get him in a headlock, but he broke free and ran inside the house. One of the girls started screaming about how he was gonna get a knife. We decided to get out of there. Fuck it. But just at that moment, he emerged at the end of the hallway. He stood still for a moment, and I saw that he was holding a large kitchen knife. He quickly charged down the hall at us. As we began to run away, I stopped like an idiot to pick up my metal water bottle that I had left on the ground during the struggle. I can't exactly explain why I did that, but I think I figured I would use it as a weapon if he chased us, like to throw at him or use as a club or something. I was in such a hurry that as I picked it up, I slipped and fell onto the pavement. My dad was a bit further up the street by now, not having initially seen my fall. The guy came out the gate as I stood up, and we wrestled briefly. I tried to force his wrist back, since for all I knew, he was still holding the knife, and my dad ran back and hit him with a plastic garden chair, bringing him down onto the front path. We held him down, yelling for the girls to call the police. I picked up the knife, which he had dropped at some point, and I threw it as far as I could up the street. The guy tried to fool us by closing his eyes and pretending to snore, hoping that we would loosen our grip on him. Whenever I think about the incident, even though we both could have gotten stabbed, remembering him doing that always makes me laugh. Another odd detail. Some guy walked past and offered to tie him up with some cable ties, but we said no. We tried to keep him down until the police arrived, and he would struggle hard at times and completely give up at others. He was getting really sweaty and seemed to get a surge of adrenaline because he managed to slip loose of our grip on him. He ran inside and slammed the fly screen door after him. Then he stood there and stared at us in what must have been an attempt to intimidate us. He walked down the hall and then out of sight. We heard police sirens and retreated into the street, and about 5 cops rushed into the house armed with pepper spray, and shortly came out with a guy in cuffs. He was arrested, and the police kept us there for at least 3 hours to give our statements, which was difficult for me since it was all a blur. 4 months later, I found out that the guy stabbed someone in the neck in the exact same location and is now in jail. It's disturbing to think that he wasn't bluffing when he charged at us with a knife, and that something like this could happen so close at home. If you want to check out more about this story, check out the description of the video because there would be some links to news articles with the information about the stabbing. This happened during the summer of 2015, and I had just graduated high school, and I still lived in my hometown. I was out with some friends and it was getting really late, like around 1 a.m., so I decided to head home. I stopped by a drugstore close to my house that was open 24/7 to pick up some aspirin and snacks. The one I went to was in the same parking lot as a supermarket. Take note, this is important. I parked my car close to the store and it was empty there, where no more than 2 other cars are in this giant parking lot, and I was nowhere near them. I head in and grab what I came to get quickly because I had this overwhelming feeling of dread the whole time. I felt like someone was watching me, but I couldn't see anyone else there besides me and the cashier. Then after I had gotten everything I intended to buy, I stalled checking out and I just went aisle by aisle looking at random things because I thought whoever was out there would leave if I took too long. Really, the whole time I thought I was being paranoid because I wasn't used to going out late. You know, strict parents growing up. After 20 minutes of that, I pay and leave the store, and I get to the door and literally bolt to my car, pepper spray in hand, and lock myself in. I turned my head to check the back seat, and right before I could breathe a sigh of relief because no one was there, someone tapped on my window. I looked around before I left the store near the entrance, and no one was around my car. So how did I not see a person there? This is where I really freaked out. I don't know if this person was Ted Bundy inspired or what, but this was odd. He was a very handsome blonde man with slightly long hair and a cast on his arm. Now, my first instinct was to drive off, but he was leaning on the front hood part of my car, and I didn't want to hurt him, so I rolled my window down just an inch so he could speak and maybe back up just a bit so I could drive off without hitting him. But nope, he stayed glued on my car. He then asked me if I could help him with directions and look up an address for him. I said, I really need to go, sir. Maybe ask in the drugstore. They can help. I already went to the supermarket and they couldn't help. That place closed at 8, and there was no way this guy had just been lurking around for 5 hours waiting for some random girl's help. He then went on about feeling really tired if I could just give him water or food I bought since he had no money. I told him okay, and I began to reach to my passenger side to grab the chips that I got and began to roll the window down slightly. And like I expected, he moved closer to my window. But he was now off the car, so I hit the gas and he chased my car, and I heard a scraping sound on the side as I pulled away. I didn't drive directly home in case I was followed, and I drove down the highway for an hour because I was so distraught over what happened. I finally got home, and my entire side of my car has been scraped from the door almost to the trunk. And I'm really sure he used a knife or some sharp object because it was a really rough scrap. I reported the incident, but they never found him or any similar incidents in my town. He was watching me the whole time, maybe from the windows of the store, because how else would he have known that I bought food? I also think he hid behind my car so that I couldn't see him when I came out. I feel like he was trying to get me before I got in my car, but I got in too fast. So, creep in the parking lot. Let's not meet again. I took in a hitchhiker that turned out to be crazy, as in legit crazy, and I won't ever do that anymore, and hopefully my experience will discourage you to do too. I would like to apologize in advance for my mistake since I'm not really a native speaker, but I will try my best to tell this properly. I live in a foreign country, and I don't know about your country's sanitary measures against the epidemic, but at that time, we were no longer confined. It happened in September of this year, and I was driving from my parents' house to a friend's apartment near our college campus. It was an hour-and-a-half drive to there. We had plans to spend the weekend together after not seeing each other for months. Even though the incident was not related to my friends in any way, it just hit me how dangerous it actually was when I started telling them what happened. I remember one of them saying this must have been the worst 45-minute drive of my life. I laughed at it back then, but it hits me now how true it was. I left quite late that day, around 9 p.m., because I remember the sun had already set and I was going to drive late, which I didn't really like. But I was used to the road as I had often taken it. For some context, it was an hour-and-a-half drive, and I would usually stop midway in a McDonald's parking lot to smoke a cigarette before carrying on. This is important for later in the story. I saw the hitchhiker not long after I left my parents' house. I had driven for 10 to 15 minutes or so when I saw him at the exit of a roundabout. It was a tall, slender guy with one of those tiny shoulder bags that guys wear across the chest. I thought it was a guy in his 20s that had just been dropped by his friends and on his way back from a party or something. Which was stupid because it was still too early for a party to end, but that's the first thought that I had, and I immediately felt sympathy and stopped. I opened the passenger window and asked where he was going. I realized right away that he was way older than I thought, at least in his 30s. He had a really pale face, and the way he looked at me honestly freaked me out. The guy was going in my direction, to the town where I would stop midway to take a break. I don't know what I was thinking, to be honest, and I just responded automatically that it was on my way, and he opened the door. And I had the worst next 45 minutes of my life, and I don't mean to be dramatic, but it really was hell. I knew right away that I had made a mistake as I drove off, because as soon as I started driving, he held his stomach tight, crouched himself in the passenger seat, doing back and forth saying he wasn't feeling good. I offered to open the windows for some fresh air. He said he just had to take his meds, which he didn't. Saying I felt uncomfortable is an understatement. I remember thinking I had screwed up and that whatever happened, I should not stop under any circumstances. The first thing I did was to ask him if he would be okay if I dropped him off at the city's McDonald's. It had a lighted parking lot, and there were always people there until midnight. Also, I could leave immediately onto a fast road. I think he agreed, but either way, it didn't matter because I wasn't planning on stopping elsewhere. I was already freaked out, thought I pretended to focus on the road, and tried to appear as calm as I could. And he kept talking during this whole time. I don't remember in what order it happened exactly, but I remember he asked if he could look at my nails. I had no nail polish, to which I responded that I was driving. He apologized and said that I shouldn't worry because he had never raped anyone. He told me his girlfriend was mad at him and wanted to break up with him if he didn't come back. He asked me where I was going, what I was planning to do tonight, if I was planning to have a long steaming bath, if I had a boyfriend, or how we liked to do it. I said that was private and I did not want to answer. He nodded, said he used to be young too, until he got arrested. This is not a typo. Young until arrested were his words. He insisted twice that we were followed by cars, asked me if I smoked weed, and I said no. He offered me a cigarette. I said that was nice, but he didn't have to. He left a cigarette on the board. He took out his phone at one point and wanted to show me a picture of him and a picture of his mom, saying that she was beautiful. I took a glimpse, and the freaking thing was broken, like it had multiple straight black lines of broken pixels, and it was reddish on the left and yellowish on the right, which made the picture really creepy. He got mad at that point because I was taking a quick glimpse and started talking louder, saying that I didn't give a fuck about what he was saying. I straight up said, "I am listening. I just can't watch. I'm driving." He calmed down immediately, said he was sorry, and then wanted to show me another picture. He asked if it was my car. I said it was my parents', and somehow I did not want him to think that I was rich or had any kind of money. I'm just a poor old in-debt student. Leave me alone. I lied saying I hit a deer last week, which was a lie. My mom had, but that memory came in handy. And I was trying to focus and pay attention because I didn't want to break my parents' car. I'd hoped he would shut up, but he didn't. At some point, he was just straight up staring at me and he muttered, "Poor thing." He then straightened up and pointed to a road sign in panic, saying, I meant the road sign. Poor road sign. Honestly, I think that at that point, I was thinking if he ever tried anything, I would crash this car and both of us in a tree, because if I could not make it out of it, neither would he. I was ashamed to say this, but I didn't want him to get out of this easily. He screamed his name was Archangel Michael, and he asked my name, and I gave him a fake one, said something like, "Michael, right?" and crouched himself again in panic, going back and forth, saying that I shouldn't know his name. I just said, "Oh, okay." To be honest, that was the only thing I would say in the end. When he came into the city where he had to stop, he asked if I could take him to the train station. It was almost 10 p.m., and I knew there were no trains, no lights, and surely no other cars or human presence. I told him we had said that he would stop at McDonald's. He nodded. "Oh, yes. He said I was nice, then put a coin on the board next to the cigarette. I stopped on the parking lot, but didn't park. Just stopped there, right in the middle of the way, where I felt it was the most exposed. He just left saying, "See you later," and I drove away very fast. I never saw or heard of him again, and I hope you will never take a hitchhiker in. I know I won't ever again. Also, crazy psycho hitchhiker, let's not meet again. I was on a hitchhiking adventure from BC, Canada to Antigua, Guatemala, which started in September of 2019. This post is taken from my notes in my journal, which I wrote as soon as I could after this insane experience. If you've ever hitchhiked before, you know how amazing it is and how many cool people you can meet. Out of thousands of rides across 40 countries, I've only had 2 bad and or dangerous encounters thumping it. This was my second one. I was taking a break from traveling to find weed trim work in California's Nevada City, a beautiful little town with a very interesting crowd. But I got stuck a few towns over for not getting a ride all day. I ended up sleeping a night at the Love's gas station, which I had done plenty of times before. I've slept on worse places. At least, Love's has a bathroom. In the morning, I was a little more desperate to accept rides because no one was stopping and it had already been a whole day. I just wanted to get out of there. A pickup truck is speeding past me and slams the brakes ahead, then slowly backs up. Inside is a man and a woman in their late 50s, and he says in a husky voice, "Where you headed, boy?" "Nevada City. Any distance helps." "Well, get in. We're going to Yuba." They seemed normal enough, even without most of their teeth and hair, so I jumped in, and it all happened in rapid succession. First, I toss my bag in the back and jump in. Second, I shut the door. Third, I notice a pile of guns and bullets on the floor. And the fourth one, before I have time to rethink my decision, we sped off. So as I'm trying to assess whether or not I'm in danger, how this guy just got out of jail for aggravated assault, and how he beat the motherfucker so bad that he can't think straight no more. And then they both laugh. She's holding his seatbelt over his chest, and they both smell like shit. And they start asking how much money I have. And I think, yep, I'm not safe here. After hitchhiking all this way, I don't look particularly wealthy. I'm filthy. I need a shower. I look no different than the stereotypical homeless guy. So I try to seem more poor than I am, and more tough than I am too. I'm broke as fuck, man. That's why I'm going to the city. I'm hoping to make some cash trimming. The man looks me in the eye and said, "Well, you'll find it all right, and you'll find it good. Don't be afraid to do no dirty work. If people try and they'll try to fuck you, you fuck them first. You get what I'm saying? Put your eyes on the damn road. Jesus Christ." The woman points forward and he swerves back to the lane. He asked me if I smoke, and knowing that California has legalized weed, I put 2 and 2 together. He's offering me a joint. So I say, "Yeah, I smoke." With a wild look in his eyes, he exclaims, "Great!" And we turn off the highway and start down a dirt road. I am more than worried, and I look behind us. In the back of the truck is my bag, a chainsaw, pickaxe, and a plastic tarp over something. This didn't help my anxiety. Finally, we stop in front of a clearing. The woman takes out not a joint, but a meth pipe. It's the first time I've seen a meth pipe, and a lot of things start to make sense. While he lights up and exhales into the car, in which I've never seen smoke so white, I'm rolling the window down as fast as possible, because I don't want to smoke that shit. The woman takes some as well, and they tell me how they were going to collect money that a woman owes them. "That bitch is gonna pay today, one way or another. Damn straight. She better have the money, or I'm gonna grab her and say, 'Where's my money, bitch?' Or she'll have it, alright? She'll have it, or else." "Say, son, you ever steal something? 'Cause we could make $20,000 today." I don't know exactly how to answer this guy, and he repeats, $20,000 today. Here, smoke some of this. And he hands me the pipe. Nothing like meth, ain't that right? I gently reject it and say that meth is not really my thing, which he surprisingly takes well and smokes some more before putting it away and driving off back towards the highway. His driving is terrible, swerving, speeding, hitting brakes abruptly, and starts trying to convince me to help them steal marijuana plants. You'll hold my gun, and I'll drill the hole, and I'll keep a lookout. Yeah, baby girl, we'll keep a look. Now, you gotta be careful if you hear the dogs, because them sons of bitches are nasty. See this bite? And he reveals what looks like a terrible scar on his arm. I didn't really know how to get out of the situation, so I sounded as confident as possible and said that I was meeting a friend to look for work together and they would be expecting me today. We neared the end of Yuba City, where they pulled over the side. Well, it's your funeral. You don't want to eat? Fine by me, but if you ever want that cash, call me. And then he hands me his number. Hell no, I think. But I said, thanks, I will, quickly retrieving my bag and smiling nervously. The woman says with a wave, take care now, God bless. And they sped off. I'm standing on the side of the road thinking, what the hell was that? And just happy to be out of that car. Meth heads 1 and 2, thanks for the offer to steal marijuana plants, but let's never, ever meet again. My friend and I had decided to drive from Philadelphia to Miami Beach. The car's block cracked in North Carolina, and this was around 1975, although I could be off by 14 months or so. I thought it would be an adventure to hitchhike the rest of the way. I remember waiting all night on a godforsaken stretch of highway in Fayetteville, North Carolina. We got a 10-mile ride from some guy with a Prince Valiant haircut who, upon dropping us, said, I'll probably see you guys in the morning on my way to work. 9 hours later, sure enough, he picked us up in a station wagon filled with vending machines and sandwiches. We finally got to the area around the border with South Carolina. That's when a guy, with the spitting image of Bundy in retrospect, stopped and asked us where we were going. When I said Miami, he said, "Oh, what street?" We were overjoyed that this young guy was going to take us straight to my mother's house in Bay Harbor. Now, I can't prove this person was Ted Bundy, but what happened was creepy, and I have researched a little and found that this happened at the time after Bundy's prison break in Colorado and at the same time that he was supposed to have moved to Florida. Anyway, after we got in the car, he offered us a joint. He didn't want to have any, but told us to toke up. Well, whatever was in the joint was powerful enough to almost paralyze both of us. He then began to start playing with the buttons on the radio, switching stations compulsively almost every few seconds. I began to feel paranoid because I could sense some weirdness exuding from this guy. I was in the front seat and my friend in the back. We went to a rest stop and he disappeared into the bathroom for about 1 hour. When he finally got back to the car, he said he had to detour to his bank and he started to take us through miles of small roads in Georgia. I remember seeing houses on stilts in marshland, and he finally stopped in the most remote location where there was a single building that looked like an abandoned tavern. We were still stoned. He got out of the car and went behind this building. I remember seeing palm trees and was shocked that palm trees were so far north in Georgia. He got back in the car and had these sunglasses on, and I noticed that he seemed short as he walked back to the car. He said he had to now speak with his lawyer and began to talk about real estate laws and the changes in the law that would allow development in this area. And then we drove for hours and hours until we got to Jacksonville. He pulled the car over on a strip mall-like area and told us there was a change in plans and we had to get out of there. We were exhausted and hungover from the angel dust or whatever was in that joint, and we saw a bus station and took a bus the rest of the way to Miami. As I think back, I am almost certain this man was Ted Bundy. I still see his face, and the time frame and location were right. We were two women, so I don't think we were in danger, unless Bundy was considering killing men. I think he was just enjoying mind-fucking us. So yeah, that's my story. I hope it qualifies for this sub. So this takes place this past Halloween, when it was my first semester in college. I'm a female freshman. It was Halloween, and while my amazing roommate was getting drunk and partying with my ex-friends for the 100th time, so I was alone and bored in my dorm room. Granted, I didn't want to risk the chance of COVID, but I couldn't stand being in that damn room any longer. Fuck it, I wanted to party. So I started looking around on my phone. I forgot how exactly I came across her, but a girl who was a self-proclaimed freshman invited a group of 10 people to this party her friends were throwing. Socially distanced and everything, she promised us. Luckily, my couple friend wanted to jump on this party, granted that we social distance and wear our mask. The girl sent us the address, told us to tell the people there Monica invited us. Well, that's where things got weird. One of my ex-friends decided to fuck it. Let's not wait any longer for us to get ready. Granted that I was still putting on my makeup, and went to the party himself. When he got there, he did exactly as this Monica said, and the guy there refused to let him in and called him a slur. Now this ex-friend was a little weird, so we thought, hey, what the heck? We'll just leave if we sense something is off. After driving there in my friend Steve's car, my friend and I, Mary, got out of the back seats and were instantly dumbfounded. Like, we weren't certainly expecting a castle or anything, but this place is a literal dump, and the neighborhood was extremely dirty and dark. Well, even though we got the creeps from the place, we did just spend 30 minutes getting there, so fuck it. We walked to the door, and this guy who was absolutely plastered and at least on 3 different drugs answers. We tell them, "Oh, we're Monica's friends." Confused, he looks at Mary and I and just silently nods and opens the door for us to come in, ignoring Steve completely. Well, what met us was certainly not what we expect. There was around 20 frat guys huddled around a table filled with booze and drugs, silently watching a girl. Well, the only female there, mind you, giving a guy a lap dance. No mask, no nothing. We were the only ones wearing them. Confused and horrified, we silently head down a huge black staircase that was smack dab in the middle of the cramped living room. What greeted us was not another group of people, or Monica and her friends, that supposedly invited us there. Instead, I kid you not, at least 8 black locked doors or more that looked like they came out of a Saw movie greeted us. After trying one of the doors, Steve looked on in horror as the adjacent door slowly opened. What looked like 2 at least middle-aged greasy men came crawling out, looking at Mary and I in a weirdly perverted way. Unlocking and entering one of the numerous doors, we could only watch in horror as another bouncer-looking man came out of nowhere and started screaming at Steve. "Who the hell invited you guys here?" Monica." We all reply, really confused. The dude, just looking bemused, just goes, "Who the fuck is Monica?" We take that as our cue to leave, and we hardly run up fast enough before the bouncer starts to shove and tries to tackle Steve towards the ground. Leaving that crackhead house, confused as fuck, we finally see Monica and two other scandalously clothed girls, literally looking as white as a sheet. She gives a small awkward giggle and wave, and we floor the hell out of there, never looking back. Yep, don't go to random parties in large cities that you're unfamiliar with. The weird part, or really not so weird part, was that Monica was trying to get me to come alone, knowing that I was female. In all honesty, I think the people at the party and Monica really only had a problem with Steve and totally did not expect Mary to bring her boyfriend or for me to come with friends. Afterwards, Steve told us that he totally believed it was either a drug house or a prostitution ring that had tried luring Mary and I in.
This is quite possibly the stupidest thing I've ever done in my life. Early 2000s, I was in my late teens and was on my way to meet up with a coworker, Chris, to watch a movie at his apartment. I had been to his apartment once before. It was one of those huge apartment complexes where every single building looks the same. It was set out in a big rectangle with a field up against it, meaning there really wasn't any way to differentiate the buildings, except for the numbers on them that were only visible during the day. I remember that the last time I had been there, I had parked next to a huge boat. So I looked for the huge boat and parked by it again. I texted him to let him know I'm on my way up, then went up to the second floor, didn't bother checking the apartment number, and banged on the door really hard, yelling, "Open up!" in a deep voice. Cringe. I was trying to be funny. The door cracked open and all I saw was half a face peeking out at me. Loud music was thumping and the whole apartment looked dark inside. "What do you want?" the guy mumbled. I never even considered that this was the wrong apartment. But I knew Chris had a roommate and I hadn't met the guy yet, so derp, I thought this was his roommate. I'm here for Chris?" I said. "Who?" the guy asked, and then the door opened all the way, and another guy grabbed my arm. "He's right back here," he said, and pulled me into the apartment. The music was really loud, and the whole place smelled. The lights were out, with a few strobe lights blinking here and there. I just remember thinking, this doesn't look like his apartment. Did he move some furniture around? The guy who had pulled me into the apartment wouldn't let go of my arm, and he began pulling me toward the back. He grabbed a cup and tried to give it to me, but I wouldn't take it. The place was packed, and everywhere I looked, people were either shooting up or lighting up or snorting up. I was pretty sheltered at the time, so it felt like walking into a movie set. It just didn't feel real. When we passed the first bedroom, one of the rooms, I saw a group of people sitting around a black light doing God knows what. Writhing around, dancing. But I smelled blood at that point. The guy was still trying to drag me to what I assume was the back bedroom, and that's when it hit me. This is the wrong apartment. I'm exceptionally slow-witted, it appears. I pulled my arm out of the guy's grasp, but had no idea what to do. I knew if I panicked, bad things would definitely happen. In a split-second decision, I did what I do best. acted dumb. "Oh goodness, you know what? This is the wrong apartment," I said in my most cheerful voice. I started to leave, but the guy kept pulling me back. "It's cool," was all he would say. "Stay." I kept pulling myself away, telling him I had a friend waiting for me. I'm so sorry to have bothered him. It looks like a great party, but I had to go. I tried to keep it lighthearted and not, vomit on myself in a panic. My phone started buzzing in my hand, and when that happened, he started to try to grab it from me, all the while telling me to stay. "You're here. Now have a good time," he said, trying to pry my phone out of my death grip. The scary thing about it was that he didn't yell. He didn't speak aggressively at all, though his actions were terrifying. I finally made it to the door and managed to open it. He gave up, but another guy stepped out and followed me. When I tried to go down the stairs, he blocked the way.
"Why you gotta be rude?"
He was slurring and weaving around, obviously hammered. I apologized and said I had to go. My friend was waiting for me. I held up my buzzing phone to show him. It was then that I noticed blood dripping onto the ground in front of him. When I looked to see where it was coming from, I saw they had blood-soaked paper towels wrapped around his hand. What happened? I don't know why I kept this conversation going. I just wanted out. I'm an idiot. He just shrugged and held up his bloody hand and said in the most nonchalant voice I've ever heard,
"Got shot."
"Why don't you go to the hospital?" I asked, and immediately regretted it. Because he looked at me like I was stupid. Which, in fairness, he wasn't wrong.
"Gimme your number. You can come over here next time."
He pulled his phone out of his pocket. I thought about giving him a fake one, but I wasn't about to push my luck. As soon as he got the digits, he called to make sure my phone would ring. He was satisfied when he saw it ring, and only then did he let me go down the stairs. I fled to my truck, shaking. After a few moments, I called Chris and asked him where his apartment was. When he told me, I looked at the buildings and could just make out that I was one building off. I had the floor and apartment location right, just not the building. I made it up to his apartment, looking behind me the whole time, and told him what happened. At that point, I was trying not to get weepy. He helped a lot because when I finished telling him what had happened, he laughed at me.
"That was stupid."
Which it was, but at the time, it just made me mad. So I went home in a huff. We didn't hang out much after that. I know I keep throwing in there how stupid I was. I can't emphasize this enough. This was completely my fault for not being aware. It could have been completely avoided had I just used my brain. It was sheer luck that something worse didn't happen that night. The guy did call me several times, and I never answered. He gave up after a while, but I changed my number just to be safe. Never saw him again. Hope he eventually got medical attention.
I'm your average white girl with light brown hair, sun-kissed skin, and mesmerizing blue eyes. As what they say, I was pretty much an ugly duckling growing up until I turned 16 and started working as a cashier. Honestly, it wouldn't have been as bad if I actually worked in the town that I lived in, but I decided to work in a nearby city as I lived between said town and city. I remember the few times I was hit on when I was 16, which were thrilling for me as no one had before. But the more I worked, the more I realized where I was working. I was the odd one, The demographic where I work is predominantly Hispanic. I work with a large language barrier and heavy on cash and EBT transactions. I would always find myself so jealous of girls that I worked with, as they were better than me in many ways that I am not. They were bilingual, slim, thick, and short. I wouldn't say I was the only white girl there, but as time moved forward, the only girls who were hit on by the most were pale with colored eyes, regardless of Hispanic or white. Honestly, thinking of it right now, there are probably 3 young white girls in a service department of 130. Now that I have worked there for 3 years, it doesn't seem different for me anymore, and I feel like anyone else. Now that the logistics are out of the way, let me tell you about Michael. I have seen him a few handful of times throughout my time working at my store. I don't particularly care for customers, but this one really stuck out and snuck up on me at the same time. Michael is basically your Hispanic cowboy, the shoes, hat, clothes, and belt of guy who drives a low-riding truck. I work self-checkout majority of the time, especially in the last year, so I usually have plenty of regulars that I spot, but this one always gave me the weirdest gut feeling. I hate to say this, but I would always judge him in my head. A smile on the outside, but a secret ridicule in my head. He always comes around 4 to 5 p.m., around rush hour, always buys 1 or 2 items, then comes up to me, looks me straight in the eyes and smiles. This was pre-COVID, but even since the masks have been implemented, the smiling was always there, lingering in the strangest way. I didn't judge him because of the creepy stares, but off the way he looked. Most guys around the city either dress up really nice or not at all. Seeing this man every day in a different outfit wasn't the problem. It was the obesity. His pants never fit right, some of his shirts were barely hanging on due to the fat rolling out, and his belt was probably ripping. It's as if he wore the same clothes he wore since he was 16, but food got to him as he got older, which now he looks around 24 to 25. I've seen him more frequently since the new year, and I always have greeted him and said goodbye. But it's not special treatment, but my job. I've gone through so many guys who have had the balls to ask me out due to a nice hello or a subtle eye squint, but I have a boyfriend, and I have had for the last year. I usually like to keep personal and professional separate, so most people don't know much about me in general. So I honestly wouldn't be surprised if Michael or any other guy had asked any coworker of mine if I had one, and pretty sure the answer would be, I don't think so. Recently, however, I have gotten an influx of comments from Michael in the recent weeks. Instead of smiling or staring into my soul, it would be, "Miss Ray." Then he would tilt his head, or, "Have a good day, Ray." When I didn't even know his name, I would just squint my eyes and move on to the rest of my day. It's not that I am shaming for him trying to be a nice person towards me, but the gut feeling always stuck out for me, always lingering in the back of my mind that he is not a good person. I learned 2 weeks back that he became friends with another coworker of mine. They would talk for a few minutes when they saw each other, but in the past week, the conversation had apparently only been about me. My coworker took note of this and told me out of the kindness of his heart, or probably what was on his mind when he saw me. Who knows? The question Michael would ask were if I was single, how old am I, how long I've worked there, where I went to school, if I am in school, what do I like to eat, and etc. I'm pretty sure all the answers were inconclusive. I took note of this in my head, but told my coworker that he gives me creepy vibes, and he is busted as a joke, and we both laughed, and I went along with my day as if nothing happened. Then this past week started. On Monday, after I had left for the day, before his usual time he came in. Michael asked a manager and then a female coworker of mine if I was there, and he wanted to give me a cake. The next day I worked, I was really confused and just thought it was funny at first until he came in and gave me a cake. It was choco flan. He told me to eat it, said it was his birthday cake, and wanted me to have it, then left without another word. I had no idea it was that guy until he was him. I had quickly asked his name, which he responded to with Michael, and that's where things got weird. I was contemplating if I should eat it, but ultimately decided against it as it was someone I have never really spoke to, someone I had a strange gut feeling about, and something that recently started asking questions about me. Plus, we were in a pandemic. So I threw it away for hours later. I was off for 2 days after that, until this past Friday happened. Michael came in, and I was already weary of it all. He came up to me asking if I enjoyed the cake, which I lied, saying it was great, then tried to leave the convo, until he lightly grazed my arm and said, "Miss Ray, here's my number. Text me if you want." Then he placed it in my hand, and written on there was Michael and a number. Then he walked away without another word. I stood there for a second, while a manager and coworker just glanced at me and then carried on their conversation like nothing happened. But my discomfort stood on my face, yelling at the top of its lungs. I remember swallowing and picking it up, then placing it in my jacket pocket as if it was for safekeeping, but it was definitely not. I wish I wasn't the way I am sometimes, but I told the manager and 2 coworkers about it later on, which they all said was weird. But the manager said to make him pay me money to talk to me. All of the discomfort washed away after that. Like, what's the worst he could do now? Bad mistake. For thinking that he couldn't do anything else other than look into my soul after I don't text his number. I didn't see him the next day, or at least we didn't see each other. I honestly forgot about the incident. I had told my boyfriend about the cake part, but never the number part, because I knew he would become frustrated that I never stopped it from getting to that point. But how else was I supposed to reject a guy who walks away from a word I say? Michael comes in to say what he says, then walks away majority of the time before I can put a word in. But today was the worst. After every interaction I've had at my work, this one really messes with my head, especially since this is still something that I will be dealing with tomorrow, and however long he continues this. I was on my lunch break in my car. I'm quite parked out, so no customers can see me, but at the same time, no one drives or parks near me in general. I like to be away from vehicles. I was simply watching TikTok when in the corner of my eye, I saw Michael walking inside. I waited a minute before I pulled out of my phone and started recording me talking about the situation on a private TikTok video that I'll never post, but something to look back on. I was describing the situation when I noticed him come back from the store completely empty-handed. I saw him glance in my direction, but I just shoved my head down so he wouldn't see me. And at first, I don't think he did. I looked over and saw him getting in his truck, or at least standing by it, and he was over in the next row of parking spots from me, so a good 60 to 80 feet away. I just stopped the video when I saw him at his truck and I was talking in my camera front-facing. I saw him go to his driver's side and look over at my car again when I put my sun visor up to block my head from his view. My lunch was quickly coming to an end when I noticed him still standing outside his truck, but I just waited for him to leave, but he never did. I saw him take off his jacket, then put it back on from his chest down, as I was blocking off the view of his face so he wouldn't see mine. Then he started walking towards my car. At first, I wasn't sure what to do, but I just sat there and breathed. What's the worst that could happen, right? I remember getting nervous and thought about driving off, but I realized it would have been mean and indecent. But I was scared shitless. I'm not going to lie. Every possibility flooded my mind until he came up to my car and tapped in my window. It sounded inhumane at first, almost like a screeching tap when I noticed he tapped on my window with a pocket knife. I pretended to not notice and continued on my TikTok videos that I wanted to watch, and I just wanted him to go away. And I started shaking uncontrollably. I couldn't even swallow my spit. Michael went over to my passenger side from around the back and started to wave at me and smile at me, trying to talk to me. I didn't see the knife at that time, but then he tried to open my door. He pulled at the handle, but I remembered to lock my doors when I'm in my car just in case. He walked around back to my driver's side and knocked on my window again, asking if I was all right, how have I been, if I'm okay, and why haven't I texted him. I just smiled and looked shocked. My gut feeling was right, and it was the most scariest and unpleasant thing that I have ever experienced. He walked around my car again, and honestly, was there for a good minute or two, looking at my car, until he waved goodbye and walked away and told me, "Have a good day, Miss Ray." After he walked away, I quickly caught a video of him walking away, then I turned off my phone and just glanced in realizations and what ifs. What if I didn't lock my door? What if And I was shaking. I couldn't think or breathe. I was contemplating what to do. Should I leave my car? I needed to go back to work. I just wanted peace and quiet, and I get this instead. I glanced over and see him get in his truck, wait a few minutes, then drive off. I didn't get a clear view of his license plates, but I still got a letter or two, plus the make and model. The very action of this happening in the middle of my shift was quite unsettling, as he could come in here at any moment, and plus, he knows what my car looks like. A moment or two after I saw his truck leave my work parking lot, I got out, went inside, clocked in, and told the manager. No one who has HR capabilities, but someone who is resourceful in pressing matters. I told her the situation and how I was super uncomfortable about what happened, but her response was just plain awful, telling me that he is harmless and I'm probably making it up. I literally was shaking so bad that I couldn't even speak half of the words I said. You know that feeling of being in Walmart at 11 p.m. high on sugar and super tired and your world feels big and your eyes feel wide? That's what it felt like for me for a good hour, of course, in the middle of a rush. I had to forget about that instance for a second, but it lingered in the back of my mind. I told another manager, but she victim blamed me too, saying I probably led him on. But she said it was weird since I probably did just say hi and he thought it was flirting and how he came up to my car, but it was disregarded. I just didn't speak to her or the other girl again. I still haven't told anyone higher up because I don't trust their intentions with pressing matters or issues because I am always the one to be blamed half the time. Because my contributions to certain situations always instigates it further. And maybe it was the same now. And every time I have an issue with a customer, they never say or do anything unless it happens in front of them. From time to time, I'll have a customer who comes in and stares into my soul next to his girlfriend and child, and basically, fucks me. Other times, I have vendors or other customers who tell me that I am so beautiful that they want to see me naked. And now, I have Michael, who tried to get in my car with a pocket knife in his hand. I'm not here for legal advice, but for the creepiest customer award going to Michael. I will update further with more, but my well-being is fine. I am fine. I'm not scared of it. I'm actually laughing at the whole situation, but maybe that's how I cope with trauma. But this takes the cake. I did learn that his father has been arrested several times, but owns a local Mexican restaurant which Michael works at. And this is not the first time he has done stuff like this. According to one of the managers, previously, he would come late at night to stalk his ex. It became a problem where the girl would hide every time she saw him, but eventually stopped going to the store. I guess now I'm his next target. Yes, if I encounter him again, I will reject him. But Jesus, I don't think I've ever been that scared in my life.
This encounter happened about 5 years ago during my junior year of college. My first 2 years of college, I played football for a small liberal arts school. However, I decided to quit the team my junior year. I was still very close friends with many of the guys on the team, so I still lived with a few of my former teammates. As the only non-student athlete in the house, I would always have about 3 hours alone while they were all off at practice. Most days of the week, I had class late in the day and I would come home to an empty house. One day after class, I was walking down to the end of the main street on campus where my house was. I noticed a man standing in the middle of the street, all alone, holding something above his head. As I got closer, I realized the man was acting very strange. The sign he was holding up was just a torn piece of cardboard with some scribbles written on it. He was holding it high above his head with both arms and seemed to be looking at something up the street, despite there being nothing. He was yelling unintelligible things such as, "You think we don't know that you know?" And, "We're gonna keep coming back." I initially felt a bit sorry for the guy because he was obviously homeless and suffering some sort of mental breakdown. But what happened next made him harder to sympathize with. I was about 40 yards from my front door when he noticed me and turned in my direction. He got right up next to me, shoved the sign in my face while screaming incoherently. I worried he was going to get more physical, so I decided to book it to my front door. Thankfully, I made it to my door and got inside unscathed. I began to chill out in my room and tried to just laugh the whole thing off. As I said before, all my housemates were at football practice, so I knew not to expect anyone home for a few hours. I'm chilling at my desk when I hear the side door open and close. I immediately go into fight or flight mode and decide to barricade myself in my room by pushing my heavy desk in front of my door. I then yelled, "Get the fuck out of my house!" and called campus security, since they could likely arrive before the actual police. I sat there for about 10 minutes clutching a golf club until I got a call from security that they didn't see anyone outside. I told them to come in through the side door, which confirmed my suspicion that it was unlocked. We did a quick walkthrough and found nothing. My guess is the crazy guy opened the door, decided not to come in, then closed it and took off.
This happened around 2010. I'm a female, and I was 12 years old. Same with my friend in the story. Let's call her Sarah. Summer of 2010 was great for Sarah and I. We had both gotten new bikes that year, and we spent almost every day biking around our small, yet urban and close to a big city town, like most 12-year-olds were doing at that time. One day, we decided to bike down to a well-known park in our city that has a trail leading down to a ravine that some kids at school were talking about, and we wanted to check it out. Sarah and I were biking down the path leading to a secluded ravine. It was the middle of the day and there were many families in the park, so we felt safe and we never had a reason not to. So we get to our destination. The ravine was just a little river surrounded by lots of trees, nothing special. As we were sitting down near the ravine, we were having a conversation that had something to do with fish. I can't remember exactly what it was about, as this was 10 years ago. But just imagine what two 12-year-olds would talk about. Anyway, as we were talking amongst ourselves, this man, probably around 35 years old, comes behind us and just joins our conversation. I immediately got a bad feeling about this guy and I was already thinking of ways to get the fuck out. So he goes on to ask what we were doing down here all alone, acting super creepy, and then he says, "Wow, you girls are so beautiful." Who the fuck says that to two preteen girls as a grown man without bad motives? I still remember my heart racing because of how scared I was as he was inching towards us. Back then, 12-year-olds didn't really have cell phones, but thank the Lord that my mom gave me hers for that day. I remembered that I had it and pretended that I was getting a call from my mom. I picked up the phone and pretended to talk to her and was telling her exactly where we were. After I hung up, I said something like, "Okay, my mom wants me home. We have to go." We ran out of there with our bikes, and it was all steep uphill from there, so we had to walk our bikes up. I was in tears because I was so scared. I had a crazy gut feeling that something really bad was about to happen to us. We looked behind us, and the man was not far behind, still following us. This was when we started sprinting. When we finally made it to the main park, where there are a lot of people, we ran into the playground area and sat on a slide. We saw the man hiding behind a tree, staring at us, just waiting for us to go somewhere else. Sarah and I probably stayed on that playground for close to an hour, planning what to do next because we both lived separate ways. And yes, he stayed behind that tree the whole time. I'm guessing he thought that we couldn't see him because the tree was on the opposite side of a field. Finally, we decided to make a run for it, or bike, I guess. I don't think I've ever gone that fast. Luckily, I was traveling on a busy street. Sarah and I never saw that man again, and we never spoke about this story again because it terrified us to even bring it up. This story chills me to the bone 11 years later, thinking about what could have happened to us that day. In 2019, me, my boyfriend, my best friend, and her partner stayed at an Airbnb in Sandusky, Ohio for a convention. There were several red flags about that place, but it was much cheaper than the hotel near the convention hall, so we opted for there. The first red flag happened as soon as we arrived, that his house was directly next door. As in, if there weren't any trees, we would have been able to see into their windows of where we were staying. Okay, so he had a few houses on his property, no big deal, right? Wrong. It only got worse from here. Per instruction, we were forbidden to go into the basement under any circumstance unless there was a tornado. Being the curious young adults we were, we opened the door anyway and were going to investigate, but stopped in our tracks as soon as we saw the direction the stairs were facing, directly towards the owner's home. In the darkness, there was a faint electronic glow. We quickly shut the door and barricaded it with luggage. Again, the owner's home was so close, there could have easily been something connecting his house to the basement. A little weirded out at this point, we went and looked at the rest of the house. It was a nice and spacious place with a narrow staircase to the second floor where our bedrooms would be. We selected our rooms and began to unwind after a long drive. In my boyfriend and I's room, there was a single random sprinkler in the middle of the ceiling that looked out of place. We were tired from the trip, so I didn't think much of it then. But looking back now, there's a high chance it was a hidden camera. Things only got weirder from here. We were gone most of the next day at the convention, and when we returned, one of the outside doors that we definitely locked was unlocked and slightly ajar. My friends and I collectively shared a look of panic and closed and locked the door. My best friend's partner suggested that maybe the owner needed to get something out of there while we were gone and didn't close the door completely on the way out. We made sure all our things were still there and then soon forgot about it because we discovered something more pressing. The locks on both the bedroom doors were now ineffective. We told ourselves that they were already like that and we just didn't notice. But I'm not sure if I believe that. On our second to the last night, my boyfriend and I were both restless over what had been happening at the Airbnb and also the day's activities. So we decided to try to find something to watch on TV to take our minds off of it. We were flipping through the channels on the TV when suddenly we came across a Windows 10 lock screen and no computer in sight. I opened the cabinets and looked around trying to find a computer. The dresser the TV was on was too heavy to move to look behind, but seeing where the wires were positioned, they could have very well gone through the wall and into the basement. We were too frightened to see the basement for ourselves to confirm or deny our suspicions of surveillance and owner interference and who knows what else. And needless to say, we left as quickly as possible the last day there and didn't look back.
This story happened to me very recently, and I've held off on writing it specifically because I wanted to be able to write it when I had a level head. Anyway, here's my story. My dad moved to Texas last week and asked if I was available to help him out because he had back problems. Being an 18, almost 19-year-old guy in college in an entirely different state with a job definitely made me a busy kid, but I asked my boss about it and she thankfully let me go help him out. When I got to the house, it was literally just a bunch of boxes, but I didn't mind. Only thing I cared about was whether or not I had a chair, a desk, and internet, so I was able to do some college work. Bad news, I didn't. Solution, go into my dad's work office. So the day after I arrived to help out, my dad took me into his office, though he was more interested in me impressing all of his coworkers than sending me off to do my assignments. I met everybody, and after about 20 minutes of conversation, I was finally able to take off and completed everything that needed finishing. Thankfully, I didn't have a mother load since college had recently just started, but I was definitely grateful to get it done. When I finished, I looked at the clock and it was only noon. I groaned, knowing I was going to be there for at least another 3 hours, so I went to tell my dad I was going on a walk. As soon as I got outside, I was extremely excited. My dad's office was right next to a forest, my favorite place to walk. It's quiet and generally speaking, I feel at peace when I'm by myself. I walked for about 30 minutes, I'd say, when I started hitting people's backyards. None of these backyards were connected though. I'd have to walk almost another 3 to 5 minutes before seeing another one. And I'd like to note that all of them were fenced off. It was about the 7th or 8th house when I found a creek. Score, is what I thought to myself, but when I took one more step forward, I began to get barked at by a German Shepherd. I hate dogs, mainly because they hate me. They're never friendly with me, and even my own dog never liked me. Bit me so hard once it popped multiple veins on my arm. But I digress. This dog was going ballistic, so I simply walked away to the other side of the creek, where I could still hear it, but not as bad. I skipped rocks for about 20 minutes, with the dog still barking, mind you, so I figured it was time to pack it up and start heading back. I picked up a rock to toss and scare the dog on the way back, as I walked back across the creek and by the dog again, once again making it go insane, but stopped when I heard a voice call the dog, making it shut up immediately. Thank God, I thought. No need to do it myself. I kept on walking until I heard someone call out, "Hey, you!" making me turn around. I was looking at a 5'10" man, getting close to the end of his 40s, I'd say, probably 15 feet away from me holding a shotgun. He asked me what I was doing on his property. I was so confused. I told him that his property was clearly gated and I was just enjoying the scenery of the forest. I specifically remember him saying, "I will not allow trespassers on my land. Get over here," as he started to walk near me. I told him, "I'm leaving now anyway, goodbye." But this guy wasn't having it. The next thing to happen blows my mind. As I turned around and began to walk away, I hear a buckshot ring out. I turn around to see the man pointing his gun right at me, with his finger motioning for me to come to him. This guy was nuts. I knew that now, so I followed his commands. I was shitting bricks. I've never been held at gunpoint before, but I knew that if this guy got his hands on me, I was in deep shit. So as soon as he began lowering his gun, I did what I know could have been the stupidest thing I'd ever done in my life, and threw the rock that was meant for the dog straight at him. It hit his gun, knocking it out of his hands, giving me enough time to hit the ground running straight back from where I came, this time specifically behind some trees. I got a solid 200 feet until I heard a dog's bark in the distance. I turned around to see this dog run out of this guy's gate and making a beeline for me. Remember what I said about distance being between each house? Yeah, that detail comes in right about now. I whipped back around and saw the neighbor's fence in sight. I didn't have any other choice, so I sprinted right toward it and hopped it as quick as I could. As I flopped over the fence and hit the ground, I was safe to catch my breath now, and after about 10 seconds, the dog reached the other side of the fence. I quickly walked up to this person's back porch and slammed on their back door as hard as I could. You ever seen Halloween? You know when the girl is being chased by Michael and the people don't open their door? Yeah, that happened to me. I can only assume the owner wasn't home because nobody answered. After that, I quickly turned back to where I just ran from to see the man walking toward me, with his gun still in his hands, yelling something at me that I couldn't make out because of the barking dog. I was in a fight or flight state of mind now, so I hopped back over the fence and took a swing at the dog. To my surprise, it actually jumped back and just growled at me, and that's when I realized how lucky I was. This dog was all bark and no bite. I took this opportunity to my fullest, turning around and shooting into the forest at full speed again. I kept running for about 3 minutes until I found train tracks that led me to a road. Once I hit the road, I walked back to my dad's office so shaken up that I had to go throw up in the toilet before going to see him in his company's studio. I couldn't find him because he was out talking to his boss, so I walked out into the parking lot and called my sister as I broke out in tears. After finishing the call, I walked back into my dad's office until it was time to go. No, I haven't told my dad yet, mainly because he probably wouldn't believe me, and even if he did, what would we do? This guy was in a place neither of us know, and if I actually was on his property, though I'm fairly certain I wasn't, I would most likely be the one at fault. So as of now, I'm no longer going into the forest for a while. And to the guy with the dog and the shotgun, fuck you.
When I was 14, I was asked to babysit my 3 younger cousins, aged 8, 4, and 1, in an extremely rural or mountainous part of Pennsylvania. My aunt and uncle had a wedding to go to over an hour away and wouldn't be back until very late. Their house was situated on a steep mountainside. Their back deck had a 15-foot drop onto a rocky hill below, leading down to a river. Their closest neighbors were about half a mile away. The closest main road was a mile away, and at night, there were no lights to be seen anywhere around them. Basically, it was in the middle of nowhere, and you would have to know where you're going to get there. You don't just accidentally end up there. My aunt and uncle left us with some pizza and their cell phone number next to their landline. This was the early 2000s, and I didn't have a cell phone, but even if I did, I wouldn't get reception there anyway. And then they headed out. The baby was already asleep, The 4-year-old wasn't feeling well and was quietly watching TV in the living room as he dozed off, and the 8-year-old was playing Guitar Hero with me up on the loft. The loft overlooked the living room to the left, where I could keep an eye on the 4-year-old, and there was a huge window that overlooked the driveway to the right. This description of the driveway is an important detail to the story. The road that led to their house ran straight into their forked driveway. It was a dead-end road. The house was as far as you could go. Go to the left driveway. There's a large open carport, and that's where my aunt and uncle and anyone who ever visited parked. The right driveway led down a very short but very steep hill to a large leveled-out area and ended against the garage door that opened to the basement of the house. It was never used as a garage, but served as my uncle's man cave and where he spent most of his time. Right beside the garage door, a normal door with a window so you could see right in. But this driveway was exclusively used by the kids as a play area because it was the only flat yard-like area on the property, and being on a mountainside, there isn't much room to safely play otherwise. No cars ever drove down there, like ever. There are too many toys and bikes in the way, and friends and family knew this. It was about 10 p.m., pitch black outside, no moon to illuminate the area either. My cousin and I were still playing Guitar Hero when headlights caught the corner of my eye. And not my aunt's minivan headlights. Huge truck headlights with those roof lights you often see on Jeeps or other off-road trucks. Not only that, the truck was going down the right driveway, the kids' play area. This was not my aunt and uncle. This was not anyone they knew. Panic and dread filled my body. I was a small teenage girl, alone, in an isolated house on a mountain at night with 3 children in my care. In a terrified voice, I asked my cousin, "Who is that? Jake, do you know whose truck that is?" And then he looked panicked. "No, I've never seen that truck before," he replied. I quickly ushered him downstairs, still unsure what to do, but the 2 little ones were sleeping down there, and I wanted to make sure they were safe. I checked on the baby, then grabbed the phone to call 911, and then I started to hear the metal garage door being shaken violently. No one ever opened that garage door. More panic fills me, and I hear them trying the door beside it, the metal doorknob jiggling. No one was actually knocking. It's not like they were checking to see if my uncle was down there. Plus, the lights were out. It was dark down there. They knew no one was down there. They were definitely breaking in. The door leading to the basement steps was right next to the phone, so I could clearly hear all of this going on. I quickly turned the little lock on the doorknob just in case they did make it into the basement. My heart was practically jumping out of my chest. I'm talking to the 911 dispatcher as my 8-year-old cousin clings to my arm. The operator is calm and trying to calm me, but I knew it would be at least 30 minutes until a police officer could get up there, assuming that they didn't get totally lost on this mountainside in the pitch dark. I just kept thinking, we're fucked. We're dead. This is how I die. The operator asked for the number my aunt and uncle left me so she could have another dispatcher call them to let them know about the situation. I turned around to grab the paper with the number on it, and to my absolute horror, I see a man peering in the large sliding glass door. A huge, burly, what had to have been a 6'4" man with long scraggly red hair and a big red bushy beard. And what made it worse, he was grinning at me, grinning in a way that still scares me to this day. Meanwhile, I had to have looked like a terrified deer in the headlights. I was shaking so hard that I could barely hold the phone. there was a second man behind him I couldn't see as well. I have no idea what he looked like, but he was equally as tall, but a bit more lanky than the larger man at the sliding glass door. I screamed, "Oh God, they're here!" And before the 911 operator can say anything, my 8-year-old cousin goes, "Mr. Jim?" His voice was very confused. It wasn't like my cousin was happy or even relieved to see him. I ask, "You know who that is?" But before my cousin can answer, I turn my attention to the man in the door. "I'm on the phone with the police," I shouted. I'm grateful he didn't try that door because I don't think it was locked. The man stared at me for a moment, eyebrows furrowed like deciding what he wanted to do next, but he then just backed away into the darkness. What seemed like an eternity later, I saw the truck lights back out of the driveway and then back down the road until they disappeared. I was still scared shitless, and so was my cousin. He had only met that guy a few times, an acquaintance of his dad. It wasn't like it was a close family friend, and obviously, because again, he went down the wrong driveway. Visitors never go down that way. The 911 operator asked for a description of the man, then told me that they'd gotten in touch with my aunt and uncle and they were on their way home. She stayed on the phone with me until a police officer showed up a bit later to make sure that the men were gone, and they stayed with us until my aunt and uncle got home so they could ask some questions. My uncle was furious, not at me for calling them home early, but at this Mr. Jim guy. He muttered something like, "I'm going to fuck him up." My aunt was mad at my uncle and told him to tell Jim to never come back again. I didn't know at that time, but my uncle had a drug problem. I don't know what Mr. Jim or his accomplice were doing, or what they would have done if I wasn't on the phone with the police. But that grin was not a friendly one. It was sinister. And again, he also had to have known my uncle was not there, because the basement was dark. He would have seen through the window basement door. He had also tried lifting the garage door, something not even my uncle did. He intended to break into the basement. That much is clear to me. There is no other explanation. I never did babysit for them again, and I don't think I ever went back up there because not long after, my aunt divorced my uncle and moved out. So, Mr. Jim and the grinning burly mountain man who tried to break into the house where I was babysitting, let's not meet again.
I was watching my daughter's kids while her and her husband go out of town. They have a teenage daughter, let's say her name is Alyssa. At about 3 a.m., I'm woken up by a weird rustling sound, and I look out the window and I saw a movement, and I saw a bike tossed on the lawn that definitely wasn't ours. My first thought was that it was a burglar casing houses, but since he looked young and came through on a bike, I figured that scaring him straight would be enough for him to decide to head home. I didn't want to ruin a teenager's life by calling the cops straight away, so I went on the porch and flipped the lights on. I then said, "Can I help you?" in my classroom voice. The guy looked surprised but not nervous. He was wearing a Letterman-style jacket, but once I got a clear view of him, he seemed much older than my granddaughter and looked more weary than athletic. He walked up closer to the door and said, "Yeah, I'm looking for Alyssa." I then gave him a disapproving glare, hoping he realized he came looking for a girl late at night, and a grumpy old person answered, "I'm thinking what must have happened is Alyssa knew her parents were going out of town, and maybe before she knew I would be staying over, told a secret older boyfriend to come over. It was late and I was alone with several kids, so I didn't want him coming any closer to the house. I also thought it was weird that he came so late and wanted to be sure that Alyssa actually wanted to see him, so I then said, 'I'm sorry, who?' And then he said Alyssa, You know, Alyssa last name. I then thought if he knew her full name, they must have been at least friends. I then said, "You wait there." He then started walking up. I felt a sick burning sensation in my gut. I then yelled, "No, stop, freeze." I then readjusted and said, "You stay right there. This is private property. Don't take a step closer. Wait there." So I go in and Alyssa is sleeping just one room over from where the rustling first occurred. I then wake her up and say something to the effect of, "I don't know what the big idea was to have a friend over this late, but you need to tell them to go home." At this point, she had no idea what I was talking about. I then say, "There's a guy outside asking for you." She gets up and goes to the window. She then sees him and goes white as a sheet. She then said, "He asked for me?" I replied, "Yes." "By name?" "Yes." "Call the police. I've never seen him in my life." I immediately called 911. As I was on the phone with them, Alyssa started tugging at my arm and saying, "He's coming up." I had younger kids in the house to think about, so I kept the door latched and pulled it just open enough for the latch and yelled. I asked my husband, and none of us know an Alyssa last name, "Leave my property or I'm calling 911. He then got angry and started yelling for her to come out. Thankfully, the police came pretty quickly, and when he heard the sirens, he grabbed the bike and ran off. I watched where he was running towards, and he jumped into the passenger side of a car. The police followed the same direction, but they didn't end up getting him. They advised us to take all of her social media details offline if she was sure that she didn't know this person. They also said they've had a couple similar reports and were looking into it. I ended up getting a heavy-duty lock, and she slept in my room for the remainder of my visit.
This happened in August of 2013. I was visiting Montreal for their diverse site weekend, which was basically like Pride, but took place the long weekend before the official Montreal Pride. My best friend at that time had met a guy at Toronto Pride a month earlier, and he invited both of us to come there so my friend wouldn't be uncomfortable going to spend the weekend with someone that he didn't know well. We arrived on Thursday, and the trip was going great. We went out the first night, walked the streets that were closed off to cars the next day, and our host made us a nice dinner, and then we went out again Friday night. Just a quick note before I get into what happened. I partied quite a bit with drugs at this time, and I also in the past had a tendency to lose my cell phone, so for about a year prior, I stopped taking my cell phone whenever I went out. So that Friday night, we went out to a club, parking, which sadly has since closed, and it was another fun night. The music was great, and the tequila shots were incredibly cheap. I was dancing and moving all around the club, but would circle back and check in with my friend and our host. And I would also run into people that I knew who were also visiting from Toronto, and ended up taking some MDMA from one of them. We danced some more until I was completely soaked in sweat, so I went to the bathroom to wipe myself down and pee. When I got into the bathroom, there was someone leaving, but looked like I was the only one in there. I went and used the stall because I have a hard time using the urinal. And once I came out, I was quite surprised to see a man in the corner of the washroom smiling at me. He looked in his mid-30s, on the shorter side and a bit chubby. He was wearing a polo shirt and jeans, and had glasses. I remember thinking when I saw him, he reminded me of an accountant. Not sure why that had popped up in my head. I was pretty sure I didn't hear the door, but I couldn't be sure, so I just smiled back and said hello as I went to wash my hands. "Hello," he responded. "Are you having fun tonight?" I replied I was, and that the music was incredible, and I was wiping myself down with paper towels and my shirt. "Do you want to do some coke with me?" he asked. Now, this was not the first time that I have been offered coke in the bathroom at a nightclub, and had done this in the past and ended up having some good experiences and met some interesting people. So, I was already high and drunk, and not thinking much of it, I said, "Sure, I would love to, thanks. I just live right near here. It's at my place. If you don't mind coming over, we can do some lines and have a drink and walk back to the club," he replied. Now, obviously, looking back, I realize how very dumb my following actions were, and I can't imagine myself being so stupid and careless now. But without thinking about it, I agreed and I left with him. The club allowed you to re-enter if you had a wristband, so I didn't worry about that. We chatted on the walk over to his place. He asked me where I was from because I didn't seem like I was from Montreal, and what parties I had gone to and how old I was and my name. I asked him his name, but he instead responded that we had arrived. The whole wall felt like 5 minutes, but I honestly hadn't been paying much attention to where we were walking. His apartment was in this building that had 3 floors, and his unit was on the 2nd floor, and you had to climb this long narrow metal staircase, and his door seemed to be in the middle of 2 other apartments on either side. He unlocked the door and let me in first, flick on the lights, and told me to make myself comfortable. I was walking and noticed that he had a carpet, so I turned around to ask him if I should take my shoes off, when I noticed that he was locking the door from the inside with the key above the regular lock. And in that moment, I was overwhelmed with a feeling of dread like I have never felt before. The danger that I had possibly put myself in another city, no phone, nobody knows where I am, and now seeing this person locking their door from inside with a key. I just thought to myself that I'll pretend that I didn't see that. I won't take off my shoes and politely hang out for a few minutes, then ask to head back. I also thought that I could be having an extreme overreaction to what I saw because I was high, but as I looked around, everything inside of me was just screaming that you need to get out of here. I went and sat on the arm of the couch. He said that I should take off my shoes and relax. I was getting a better look at him now in the lights of his apartment. He still looked plain and unassuming, but his eyes looked shifty, and he pulled down both of the shades on the windows that were on each side of the door. I told him that I was okay and I was eager to get back to dancing, so he said he would make us drinks, then we could get back. The apartment looked much bigger inside than it did from the street. It was an open layout with a living room beside the kitchen and then a hallway in the middle with closed doors painted black, and I could hear music coming from one of the doors. I asked him if someone else was there as he came from the kitchen with a glass, and he replied no. As he handed me my glass, he looked me up and down. I wasn't wearing a shirt. He said with this increasingly creepy smile spreading across his face, "You have a very beautiful body, especially your chest. Would you mind if I took some before photos of you before you went back?" Every alarm bell is going off in my head now, and all I can think about is Jeffrey Dahmer and all his Polaroids. And what am I going to do, because that was such a creepy thing to say, and all I can manage is a polite laugh as I take the drink and say sure. Excellent, he says. He then tells me to take off my shoes, and he's going to get the Coke and his camera and to finish my drink. He walked down the hall, takes out his keys, and unlocks the second door and opens the door enough to slip in and closes it behind him. The second that door was closed, I jumped up, ran over to the sink and dumped my drink, put my shirt on, which had been tied around the belt loop of my shorts, and I ran to the front door. I was able to turn and unlock the regular lock, but the door wouldn't budge. I kept turning and pulling, but nothing. Then I heard from behind me, "What are you doing?" I turned around and he was standing at the base of the hallway with one of those professional cameras slung around his neck and holding a square mirror with a pile of white powder on it. I thanked him for the drink, gesturing to my empty glass, but that it was getting late and I wanted to get back, but we could exchange numbers and maybe meet up tomorrow. His demeanor slightly changed. He was still smiling, but his tone when he next spoke sounded irritated. He asked me if I was nervous about taking the photos and I should just wait for my drink to relax me, and I said no, that I wanted to go. This exchange of him telling me to stay and me saying no went back and forth for about a minute when he suddenly glared at me, put down the mirror, pointed at the couch and said, "Sit down, now." Not knowing what to do or how I was going to get out of this, I remember that there were other units on each side of us, and it had to be 2:30 in the morning at this point. So I started screaming at the top of my lungs like a madman, banging on the door, the window, and the wall. "Shh! Shut up! Be quiet!" He snapped at me as he ran to the door. He quickly unlocked and told me to get out and stepped aside. I bolted out that door and down the stairs, skipping the bottom steps, and hopped over the side of the railing. I looked up behind when I landed, and he wasn't there, but I heard a door slam and took off running down the street. I hadn't paid attention on the walk there, so I didn't know which way to walk, but I knew it was close, and luckily, I was able to wave down a passing taxi and take it back to the bar. When I got back to the bar, I found my friend in the same spot dancing. The whole incident must have been less than half an hour. I was too embarrassed about how stupid I had been, and being back in the club, I started to feel bad that I had just freaked out on this nice man, so I didn't say anything. But I stayed by his side until we left shortly after I got back. The entire thing felt quite surreal, and I remember the next day when I did tell my friend, kind of laughing it off and joking about getting murdered and trying to make light of it because it was so scary. And it wasn't until years later, after joining Reddit and the sub and reading other stories, that I started to think about that night more and more, and realized how much potential danger I put myself in. So, strange man from the bathroom that lured me to his place and wanted to take before photos of me, let's not meet ever again. I have a few, but I'll start with this one because it was the most dangerous. One night, my boyfriend and I were out drinking and hanging out with our friends and went back to our other friend's apartment that lived about 10 to 15 minutes away from us in the next town over. It was getting pretty late and we both had work the next day, so we called an Uber to pick us up. So, our Uber gets there and everything is fine. We make casual small talk as you usually do in Ubers or Lyfts. The vibe was fine and the dude seemed nice enough, nothing to worry about. I was just exhausted and wanted to go home. Then, I remember feeling like wide awake out of nowhere. We get to the end of a street and I don't recognize it as being close-ish to our homes. And while I'm really bad at directions, this was a turn where it was like you turn right and you're going towards our homes, but you turn left and you're clearly driving in the complete opposite direction. The guy gets to the stoplight and flicks his left blinker on. I immediately start looking around and look to my boyfriend, who's clearly on edge. My boyfriend asks the driver where he's going because this is clearly the wrong way, and he tells my boyfriend not to worry, that he's from the area and he knows a shortcut. Whatever, we both relax a little bit, especially because this was a main road and there were plenty of side streets around that he could have been cutting through. Then he gets to another stoplight and has the ability to either make a right, which would put him going towards the general direction of where we lived, or a left, which was going in the direction of the next town over. He flicks his left blinker on again, and at this point, I notice that he has the Uber app and GPS tracking totally off. His entire phone is off. So there's nothing tracking his driving or location, and he's not being monitored by the app. My heart starts beating, and I get out my phone to call 911 and my car keys because I have this shiv-like stabby weapon thing as a keychain. My boyfriend flies out of his seat and lunges towards the front seat, so he's like half standing up and starts yelling, asking the guy where the fuck he's going, because we know that he's going the wrong way. The guy immediately flicks his right blinker on instead and skirts into the right lane instead of the left, where it had previously been. He says sorry over and over again, and my boyfriend says, "You know what? Never mind, we're gonna get out right here. This is fine. Please unlock the doors." When he went to unlock the doors, the driver freaked out, got really defensive and on edge, and was like, "No, I'm sorry. I promise I'll take you home now. I'm going the right way now. I'm so sorry, buddy. I got you." Almost admitting that he was clearly taking us in the totally wrong direction. I can't remember if we just rode the rest of the way in that Uber, because there were likely no other ones around at that hour, and we felt like we called the guy out enough that he wouldn't do anything, or if we actually got out of the car and just began to walk home. Like I said, very exhausting drunk night. The most chilling parts about this for me was how he had his app off and how he was so quick to correct himself as soon as we noticed. Like, he didn't even try to come up with a cover story to justify his actions. He admitted that before my boyfriend freaked out on him, he was not taking us to our direction. We reported that guy the next day on the Uber app and have never come in contact with him since. I don't know what he was planning, but I pray to whoever is up there that he didn't have the opportunity to scare anyone else like this ever again. So, a sketchy Uber driver who was very bad at lying, let's never meet again.
End of Street Man by u/ZRW237. Okay, so for a little geographic context, the street that I live on was built on an uneven hill, making the two roads it consists of having a 1 to 2 meters difference in height and 2 meters between them. The bottom street is around 12 meters long and the top is around 10. Now, the one and only road connecting this street was at the bottom road. It connects to two much larger streets, and the first street, Street A, was rather even, around 15 to 20 meters in length, and the other street, Street B, that leads to the town center, is also 15 to 20 meters in length, but is incredibly steep, so going up this hill is a challenge if you're not in a car. Now, to begin, I was just having a nice stroll down Street A when I saw him, the man at the end of the street. The street was just barely curved, and he was hidden by the houses until I got close to him. He was wearing thin jeans, a blue shirt, and a winter jacket. Mind you, this is in the midst of summer. The first thing I noticed about this man was his build. I couldn't tell you what he looked like above his hips. but his legs were very odd. They had bumps and divots here and there and were completely asymmetrical. I assumed he could have had an injury and kept on my walk, but then he started moving. He began moving from his spot, incredibly slow. In the corner of my eye, I didn't notice it, but when I looked at him, I could see him raising his foot and pushing it down, just barely in front of him. Like he had just learned how to walk or something. And I was getting a bit creeped out at this point, considering I don't like coming across people on my walks anyway, so I got the hell out of there. As I was walking down Street A to head back to the bottom road, I heard shuffling. Like gravel behind me, being stopped on rocks and being kicked all over the place. I turned around and saw the man following me. I noticed this because he had very pronounced brown hair, and I saw it through the bushes. I was getting genuinely scared, even though I knew he was just some tired dude getting home. Even so, I went all the way down to the bottom street to maybe ward him off just in case he was following me so I could get back to my house on the top street. Once I got out of view of him, I started running. I tried to convince myself I was doing this just for the exercise, but I'd seen too many horror movies and I'm not dealing with this Jason Voorhees bullshit. Once I got back up to the top street at my house's front lawn, I stopped a bit because I was heavily out of breath, because I'm very out of shape. I sat down on the little path that I had taken to get back to my street. I saw him. I don't think he noticed me, but I could see his hair, and I was fucking horrified now. There was no way in hell he needed to get to his house if he had followed my exact path. Especially because I chose it because I expected him to take the shorter path to get up there. But he was following my every movement. Know that I had only been there for a few seconds, so unless my guy said, /teleport me at this kid, then he was running. And I mean like, running. I fucking ran up my front yard to get to my house and hesitated. I thought, maybe he's looking for his house, or maybe his friend's house and is finding it by looking at the number. So I stopped a bit and hid myself behind my neighbor's trees to look at him. This is the part that genuinely scared me. He stopped right at the end of the street, looked around, and started running again. Now, not to sound really exaggerated, but he was fucking running so inconceivably fast it was scary. He was practically at my house by the time I had gotten inside. I don't think he heard me open my door, but if he had, I would be absolutely fucked. Afterwards, I looked out the little window next to my door, and I saw him stop at my house, turn and look. I was so scared out of my mind at this point, but he just turned and slowly crept away again. Every now and then I would see him just standing somewhere. Sometimes at someone's lawn, sometimes just in the street. Other times he would be running dangerously fast and then stop as if he had no momentum at all. But I did, at one point, have a nightmare about him. It wasn't really eventful and wasn't scary when I was actually in the dream, but I woke up in a cold sweat afterwards for no reason. The dream went that I just woke up one day and looked out my living room window to find him standing in my backyard looking at me. Doing absolutely nothing. Then he looked me dead in the eyes, and just as slow as he walked, he began to grin. It was so freakishly realistic that I just want to know who the hell this guy was and what he wanted. Or maybe I don't.
I was 11 years old and had plans to meet my two friends, sisters D and B, at the JCC to go swimming. I regularly walked there since it wasn't that far. So, I set off to the J, that's what most people call it, with my gym bag. I was wearing shorts and a tank top if I remember correctly. And I crossed over Church Street and was walking on the right side of the street. I got to this long empty building and noticed a dark car with all tinted windows sitting way in the back of the lot. I almost would have walked right past because he was so hidden. He yelled out to me. I felt uneasy immediately because my parents were very strict about stranger danger. I said, "Hey." His driver's seat door was open. He asked me to come closer because he wanted to take my picture. And I did, by about 3 feet since he was still so far back. I was stupid because he definitely could have driven up and pulled me in. He asked if I modeled before and I said yes. He then asked if he could take closer pictures. I'd have to come closer though. I freaked out. I said I was meeting my friends at the JCC, and no matter, he kept begging me to come closer. I was terrified. Suddenly, I noticed a woman watering her lawn. I said she was my mom and that I had to go. I can't even remember if he asked my name. I sprinted home checking behind me every once in a while, and as soon as I got home, I started subbing. It all came out. My mom took me to the police station, and to my shock, my friends D and B were there. He'd just taken pictures of them. D thought it was funny, but B didn't. It was my fault he did that. The pedophile knew they were there because I told him. Apparently, he approached another girl near Octon Pool. He took her picture. We did a composite. He had salt and pepper red hair and a short beard, but he was never caught. I know he fully intended to take me. My interaction with him was very different from the others. So watch out for things that don't seem right. You'd think a pedophile would have been caught. Not so. Be careful, especially around adults that seem too interested in you or are acting inappropriate.
Weird Man with Weird Intentions by U/S Searson. My English is not perfect, so excuse me if this reads weird. A year ago, I started working as an Uber. I worked mostly at nights, so I had a few weird encounters on my time as a driver. But one time was particularly weird. Every day I started working at 8 p.m. and finished at maybe 3 to 4 a.m. One day, I was working near the suburbs of my city, and it was 2 a.m. and I got a request for a passenger a few kilometers away from me. I took the route and it took me to this isolated part of the suburbs area. Usually this late at night, there's no one on the streets, of course, but this area was, well, it seemed completely desolated. All the houses were dark, not even lights on the patio or anything. No cars on the street, it felt so creepy. I didn't know the area before, so I was already feeling uncomfortable. Also, I live in the north part of Mexico, so things are usually not that safe here. Anyways, I drove to the location of this dude and he was standing on the corner of the street near a light pole. I parked the car and he opened the door and got in. The dude had an oversized dark jacket. He was sweaty, he smelled weird, and he was, scared. He looked to the back seat and then to the sides of the car, and as if he was checking for something. I thought it was weird, but, well, I didn't mind. Then I proceeded to start the trip, and the app shows me the route. The location I was supposed to drop him was in Mexico City, which was like 900 kilometers from my city. So I asked, "What is this?" The dude told me he pressed a random location to drop him on and that he lived nearby, just a few blocks from here. His phone was dead supposedly, and he was going to pay in cash. I don't even know if this is an option in the US, but you can pay with cash on here. He didn't look at me at all, not even once. He seemed scared for some reason, as he was breathing fast and loud, but trying to hide it. I started the car, and the dude was pointing at me where to go next. After a few blocks, I realized we were just going in circles. So I asked him what was the deal. He told me that his girlfriend left him earlier, and he suspected she was with a dude nearby. I told him this wasn't my job, and to get out of my car, and he yelled at me to shut up. At this point, I started getting scared. It was so late at night and in a very lonely area. The dude was acting very weird, and I just started thinking that he might even have a gun or knife under the jacket or something. He wouldn't get out of the car when I told him, so I just kept going. On the street, there was a person walking by. He was holding some grocery store bags, and my passenger told me to stop the car. I did it, and he told me to follow the guy. Obviously, the dude noticed we were following him, so this person started walking faster and went inside a house. I suppose his house. Next thing, this weirdo just tells me to stop there in front of the house, and we just stayed there on complete silence for like 5 minutes. He was just staring at the windshield, not even the house, and was just in silence, breathing hard. I was so scared, I didn't know what to do. Suddenly, the dude opens the door and tells me not to leave. Of course, I was planning to leave at this point. Before he exits the car, he turns around and yells at me, "Don't leave." As soon as he steps out, I close the door and leave as fast as I can. I was shaking. I suffer very bad panic attacks. I called the cops and told them what happened and went straight home. I don't know what was wrong with that dude, but I felt like he was planning something bad against that random guy. Anyways, I just figured I'd share this creepy experience here.
Several years ago, I suffered a small stroke which I was lucky enough to walk away from at only the cost of many of my long-term memories. It fragmented that part of my meat hard drive to the point that I had to relearn much of my teenage and early adult life from photos and exposing myself to those people and places again. Sometimes, my memories are spans of imagination to bridge the gaps. I remember my family in patches up to my teenage years and not much between my second year of high school and my mid-20s, with gradually more detail as I reached my 30s up to my 40s where I have no problems. Sometimes, it feels like I never saw the first few seasons of a television show in which that I'm the star. People just pop in, like they were always there. It is often frustrating, and it doesn't help that my experience makes me more prone to spikes of anger. I don't live where I live those dead patches of my life, so there are literally hundreds of people from that time who exist as either ghost, abstract feelings, or not at all. I visit the hometown every so often to put flowers on my parents' graves and try to remember when and how they died. I keep in touch with my estranged sister, whose memories of family are tainted by her bad experiences and resentment towards her parents. My only window into that world is through my younger sister, who I wouldn't keep up with if not for our shared family. She lives in my old hometown, and our age difference is such that we knew many of the same people. Most of those people have moved away, but some planted roots less than a mile from where they grew up. For some reason, those are the people that I know best through talking to them, even though they probably played little or no role in my real life. People will approach me every so often there and in my own adopted city, and I'll never have no idea who they are. People sometimes get mad at me for insulting them that way. I've had ex-girlfriends slap me and close buds walk off angry because they don't understand my situation. Some think it's a joke. Sometimes it is sad, but other times it can be downright scary. I was sitting in a pizza joint in the business district of Trenton, Delphia, working on something among the lunchtime crowd, when someone sat down in the empty chair opposite of me. I looked up from my work and automatically began the process of threat assessment and identification. For me, it has become a practice. Usually, it's someone I know and I'll act like most people. If I don't immediately recognize the face but they seem to know me, I will try to index them in my patchwork brain somehow. This was someone I didn't know, but might have seen many times. Older, 50s, male and stonky, grinning with confidence and leaning on his elbows, leaning forward, indicating acquaintance with me. The eyes are familiar. My index traces that to a feeling of unease. He's not an ugly person, but his gaze is severe. He wears a suit here like it's a costume because his posture isn't good for the cut of the blazer. And that smile is not entirely pleasant, except that he's trying to make it seem so. This process took me about 3 seconds, which is just long enough to seem like an awkward pause because he says nothing at first. He just waits for what I guess is an automatic reaction. Now, I'm in pre-COVID crowd, pressed in close enough to smell the entire menu and overhear a dozen life stories and woes, if I had the want to do so. So I'm not feeling threatened, but uneasy. After a few more seconds, I actively stop blinking to see how long it will be before we start this conversation. He breaks and goes first. "You don't recognize me, do you, Jimmy?" His smile broadens, and I can't help but admire an expensive rack of teeth that I think might be appropriate inside the head of a mule. The skin over his forehead wrinkles, carrying 2 plucked but pulp eyebrows along the slope. This helps me because nicknames are great context clues. My parents called me James, my colleagues and current friends call me Jim, my sister calls me Jimbo Dumbo because she's an asshole. Also, only people from back home in that gray zone of time called me Jimmy. My subprocessor brain keeps working. My face neutral, I replied with the usual, "Oh, sorry, no, I have a bad memory for faces." That fucking smile is trying to split his lips off his face. His eyes narrow to a severe degree and they glisten with tears pressing out between the lids. He blushes hard, like I'd slapped him. It's honestly creepy but proves my abstract memory of this clown is accurate. "I didn't fucking think so, Jimmy. This is you now, huh?" Not sure what to say to that. He's starting to hold himself together, putting pressure on his elbows and bringing himself across the center of the table with his bullet-top crazy person face nearing the edge of my laptop screen. That flimsy barrier gives me a little comfort, but not much. This is me now? I'm in a suit, minus the jacket that I left in my car. I'm 30 years, 50 pounds, and a lifetime of experiences beyond whatever the hell he's thinking of as then. But seeing how he's wearing a suit that he probably digs out only for job interviews, weddings, and court appearances, looking like he's either seething or suffering from impacted bowel, I could easily dismiss the air of contempt in his statement. I am me, as I always was, I guess. This was the best that I could do, while the brain needs work to give me something to work with. He says, I didn't think I'd ever run into you again, Jimmy. I bet you hoped I never would. Fucker, I thought. I just told you I didn't recognize you. Practice this in a mirror, did you? His face is not in my nightmare directory. He's not one of those dozens of images that I only see in those lucid dreams that mix fantasy with suppressed or fractured memories. Usually, about bad people or events, a breakup, losing my parents, a couple of bad beatings that I suffered in school from students at the local clown college. But this wasn't anyone there. I heard you got sick. Did you have a breakdown or something? I said what I was thinking. Clearly you're not an old friend, so what do you want? Instead of splitting off his skull like a hot kernel of corn, his face suddenly went slack. His cheeks fell and his brow unraveled. The eyes, still narrow, softened to consider my response. I can't even tell if you're fucking with me, he said in a low grumble. He sat back and planted his palms on the table, eyes scanning the dusty rafters of the pizza place and whatever the hell he was on about. It was the way his right pinky bent against the tabletop that unlocked something in my head. It was bent at an odd angle. The ring finger was weird too. They had been broken a long time ago and not properly set. It was that, and the phantom pain in my cheek and neck that connected the threads in my head, but not enough to give me a name or place or a time. I just knew he was dangerous. When I get into those rare situations, I have to stave off a panic attack. It's a lot like arriving at work to suddenly remember you have a big presentation to give, or that dream where you're in finals week but you never attended class. You smug, selfish asshole, he growled. His fingertips pressed down on the checkerboard tablecloth. If I saw you anywhere else, on the street, in an alley, back home maybe, behind the school, I would end you. The last part drew with it some ancient hatred that broke past the practiced facade that he perfected in front of a mirror for probably many years. There was something evil but honest on his face, reflecting a truth in his heart about me. In front of me was a mystery from inside the dead space of my past. My face burned and I held my hands behind my monitor when they started to tremble. Something about this guy's face displayed all the bad men in my life that I'd forgotten, all the hidden dangers among the enemies that I may have made and forgotten. It's like I'd slip on a skin suit of some kid who died at 23, and while that kid may have met this guy, and clearly not hit off with him, the skin suit's current occupant had literally never met him before. Under less hostile circumstances, I would have tried to explain that my gaps were not chosen. I happen to remember a Thanos snap of memories from certain times in my life. I only know certain people existed in those gaps because I have a sense of object permanence that suggests they came to me from somewhere. And all I could do was shake my head slowly, maintain eye contact, and watch for sudden movements. Aware that others were tuning into our intimate reunion, the man worked to pack all of his anger back into himself. It was hard, but he managed to put the toxic paste back in the tube and sat back. It gave me a better look at the old suit that fit him better, 10 extra pounds ago. The new tie that someone gave him, maybe for whatever brought him to town. His face fell into an expression of disappointment, like this was a moment he dreamed of, and it was wasted because of a dozen witnesses. Then, he shot up out of the chair and left the restaurant. He didn't even order, I guess. I sat there, lost for what I had been doing in the first place, and took my time to stop the trembling in my hand and the sparks in my head, and made my way out to my car. I sat in the driver's seat still frightened, not about what had just happened, but what I might have done to earn such seething hate from a stranger. A shadow crossed the driver's side window, and I looked up with a start. It was him. He stabbed a finger into the glass. That gesture felt familiar. He yelled, "Don't you ever show your face back home, fucker. I'll smack that fat right off your face, you hear me?" He pounded on the side of his hand against the glass, but it simply trembled about as much as I did, and he was gone. Surely, something so heinous would be in a police record, right? At least a tale told by police from around that time and place. I had no inkling of such a thing and no cool story to put a face to. Doubtful, I began to resent the fact that I didn't have the presence of mind to ask a single goddamn question before he bolted. That fuel made my damaged brain fire harder through the mess of memories and imaginings, the based on a true story section of my head that tries to make sense of what I no longer witnessed. Greg. That name jumped out at me, complete with the extra G, making it seem more real. The face was just a flicker, and my need to get more forced me to not think too hard about it. Part of my coping mechanism is to assign values where none exist, making connections for the protection of my sanity, but at the cost of real memories. I have to distract myself from painting in memories and let the subconscious part of my mind work out the facts as best it can. So I went back to work and made an appointment to meet my sister that weekend, put flowers on graves and find my old yearbooks. I wanted to go on social media and ask my friends from that time about that guy, maybe creep on their friends' pages, looking for a grinning skull for a profile pic. That's a danger too, as every new face that registers risks becoming a fictional version of itself. Something about boots? Snow? These useless reports emerged early, but I was able to revisit them knowing the boots were important to me and that the snow was cold and hard. There was physical pain associated with these memories too. I also started running my tongue over a chipped tooth for the first time since I could remember. I drank hard that night because while I'm not supposed to, it kills my dreams. That weekend, I met my sister who didn't recognize my description of a man 30 years beyond any memory she could have had of him. I asked her if I ever did anything so horrible that made a man want to kill me over it. She replied that I made her feel that way a lot. Then she asked me to borrow $50. I was much luckier over golf with a friend of mine who understands my situation and represents a good friend that I lost. He is the custodian of many of my memories and helped me recover those first few years. We grew apart because he says that I developed a different personality and I was all about things in order and following instructions. "You went square," he said, not registering the irony of calling it that. "Do you know someone named Greg from our past who I really pissed off?" I described him and explained a conversation we shared. Philip was doubtful, but it took a while to consider it. As he did, I added my random evidence. A favorite pair of boots. Winter time and the snow? being thrown into it and chipping a tooth, maybe. Philip looked at me, and I could tell he knew. It was before I met Philip, but he had heard about it. I was 15 and I got into a fight with some kid named Greg, who just came into school from somewhere. He was, as Philip put it, a dick. Within a month, he had been expelled. Part of the reason for that was that he beat the living shit out of me. It wasn't important to Philip, so my old story about getting beat up on the walk home through heavy snow wasn't a big memory of him, but he remembered the part about the boots. It was winter. Greg had an old sneakers and a long walk home. He walked with an older kid, a dropout called Clyde, who everyone in the neighborhood hated. Clyde and Greg were pretty much kindred spirits in their life-hating rebellion and love of violence. When Philip told me Greg beat me up for my boots and maybe left me to walk home in wet, cold socks, it did not jog a memory, but it made sense. We continued playing golf and I lost 6 balls before I gave up on the fairway of the 15th. Soon after getting back to my motel, Greg Kowinski had a name and a face. Google filled me in on the rest. I wouldn't know about the boot story until much later, but Greg Kowinski was a convicted felon. He was also on the sex offender registry. I was, if not the first domino to fall in his life, I was the only one that ensured that they would begin falling steadily forward, steadily onward. Soon after he was expelled from school, Greg met up with other troubled kids, including Clyde, and began selling drugs. Soon, he was trafficking and working in a warehouse that packaged and delivered large quantities. Along the way, he pursued his favorite pastime of meeting, using, and abusing young women. He went to jail for beating a woman at the bar. He dated another woman and went to prison for a sex act with her underage daughter. With the doors closing behind him, Greg created an enemy list of all people who wronged him. I know this because it was used in evidence to put him in prison again for stalking an ex-girlfriend. How he was back on the streets and his purpose in Transdelphia remains a mystery, but I'm pretty sure and am on his list. One of his many victims who walked home half a mile through snow in thermal socks and whose parents had Greg arrested for it. He knows where I live. I know this because he sent me a message on Facebook that was sequestered because he isn't a friend of mine or connected to me elsewhere. He coded my address and added, "See you sometime." That was over a year ago. I've locked down my social media since then, especially after he started liking pictures of my wife and sister. I hate going home again now, and I hate going to the old haunts, even once in public, because I don't want to see his face. I'm at a point now where the gap in knowledge has narrowed to the point that seeing him again may fill in all the details of that beatdown. Somehow, I think remembering it frightens me more than the risk of anything he would try to do to me. So back in November of 2020, I was in and out of a hospital with testicular torsion 8 times altogether. Because why permanently fix a medical issue when you can temporarily fix it, I guess. Thanks, NHS. And on my last time at one of the hospitals, I had called the taxi to go home, but it would take about 30 to 40 minutes to get to me because it was a Saturday in a city. Since there was going to be a bit of a wait, I decided to sit in a bench or garden area just in front of the hospital. It was 3 a.m., about 0 degrees Celsius, and I had been awake for 36 hours at that point. My taxi was on its way, and I just sat cross-legged on the bench, headphones on, and nicotine keeping me alive. Everything was all fine until after 10 minutes. I noticed the guy very clearly walking directly towards me. He was stumbling a little bit, so I just assumed that he was drunk. As he got on level with me, he stopped right in front of me and said something that I didn't hear. I looked up and said, "What? Sorry, I had music on." As I pulled him off, and he looked me dead in the eye and just said, "I could fucking batter you right now." Of everything I was expecting him to say, that wasn't on the list, so I got caught off guard. I tried just disarming him with my humor by saying, "I don't doubt it." Which did work, thank God, because he would have absolutely pummeled me into the ground. And every time I said that or something similar, he'd just say, "I could batter you. I want to deck you right here, right now. And I could take you in a fight," just to recall a few of them. After his anger had toned down, he sat on the bench next to me and started generally drunk rambling about his family and friends, and, very specifically, his best friend's girlfriend that he was having an affair with. Then he pointed out my shoes, saying, "Those are nice, mate. Can I have them?" Obviously, I said no firmly but aggressively, then said thanks and told him about the fact that I got them on sale. He said, "Can I touch them?" Which was immediately a big red flag. I politely declined, and he started rubbing my shoe anyway. I was still sitting cross-legged on the bench. Then in one swift movement, he grabbed my ankle, pulled my entire leg up to his face, and put the entire toe of my size 11 shoes in his mouth. At which point, while sitting, I stunned in silence. I started desperately looking around, and I see the hospital police walking over. The officer asked if we were here together. He said yes, and I said no. The officer then asked if he was a patient. I said yes, and he said no. I told the officer that I was just waiting for my taxi, and the guy rambled something that I couldn't really make out to the officer, who suggested that he move along. The guy stood up, gave me a handshake, and walked off into the night. The officer obviously asked if I was okay, and I told him what happened. He was just as confused as I was. After that, my taxi was due in 5 minutes, so I went and stood on the opposite side of the hospital where the taxi rank was. I asked some friends who are familiar with a lot of drugs what he could have been on, and they unanimously said meth, and the shoe thing was probably just a fetish. So, random shoe biter outside the hospital, let's not meet again.
I'm a student. I speak English and French, so I tutor people in my free time to make some money to buy textbooks and medicines. Because of the pandemic, many of my students couldn't pay anymore, so I was left with no one. Until this guy showed up. He's like 50. Loud, weird dude. He has a daughter my age, 19, and a wife. And yet every time he talks about them, he's either trash-talking his wife or saying stuff about his daughter. Like she's really sexy and talking about her boyfriends. Real scary. I have been tempted to stop teaching him, but until I find other students, I can't. The thing is, we live in the same city, and we have not met. But he's obsessed with finding out my address. He says stuff like I'm beautiful, or it's so strange that I don't have a boyfriend. He draws, but he doesn't draw suns and flowers. He only draws naked women, and he draws them while looking at me during our classes. Luckily, these are online classes, but I swear, every time I have to teach him 5 times a week, I want to die. He always talks about how hot he was when he was young, about how many women he used to sleep with. He says the most sexist things. He has another daughter who is 9 years old. Fucking 9 years old. And he always says he's worried about her turning out gay, because he can deal with a whore daughter, but not a lesbian. It's just non-stop inappropriate comments about women, about me, about my sexual life. He knows I'm struggling with money, and he always takes advantage of that. Lately, he always asks for my address. I laugh and play dumb, change the topics, but he insists. He says things like, "I want to know where you live so we can hang out." He's so awful. But last week it got real scary. He said he had another student for me. I said, great. Next morning, I woke up to 5 messages of him asking me personal info for this new student. And of course, asking for my address. The thing is, he found a fucking address. My last address. I moved some months ago, and the address he found and showed me was my last address. I'm not stupid. I've never put my personal info online. The guy's a programmer. He works with computers, and he's really good at it. I'm scared because the only place he could have found that address is a government's website, as it's listed as my current address. I've not changed it yet. He also found out my full name, but I've only ever given him my first name. I always use VPNs. I have a full system protecting my phone and laptop, one that my cousin installed. And I have tried searching for my address online, and it just doesn't show up. I'm freaked out. Every time I go out, I'm afraid that I will encounter him in the street. Let's just hope that we will never meet.
I'm a girl, and this happened when I was 20 in the early 2000s. People used landlines and cell phones were not unlimited. This happened in a town about an hour away from Sacramento. My friend was house sitting for a family that her family was friends with from church. She was to house sit in the country just outside of town for a week. They had animals like cats, rabbits, a donkey, and horse. And the family also had dogs too, but the family took the dogs with them. My friend was in charge of feeding the animals and watching the place. She didn't have to get the mail daily because they had this metal lockbox style mailbox down their long driveway. They didn't have any neighbors for miles, just fields of alfalfa, cattle, and corn, so I guess the lockbox was for safety. Towards the end of the week, she asked if I wanted to spend the night and keep her company, and I thought it sounded fun. I had moved out from my aunts and uncles and had gotten my own apartment, so I told her I'd pick her up on the way there after I got out of work. We got there around 9:30 p.m., grabbing dinner on the way. We went into the barn first thing and fed the animals. It was late for their dinner, and they made their hunger known with their animal noises. We made sure they have gotten water, and then went inside. The house was this big ranch-style house, single-story. The living room was to the left as you walked into the home. There was a long hallway directly to the right of the entrance that led to where the bathroom and bedrooms were. Straight ahead was the dining area, and to the left of that was the kitchen area and patio door. They did not have an open floor plan. In the kitchen, on the opposite side from the dining area was a long hall that had several doors. My friend explained that the wife ran a daycare center out of the house. Those rooms were play areas for the kids she took care of. We didn't bother going over there because we had no interest. We watched some TV, ate our leftovers, and talked about people we knew. As it got later, she turned on the house alarm and said that she didn't like sleeping in other people's beds, so she had been sleeping on the couch. Then she offered it to me. She would sleep on one of the two huge recliners that reclined so far back it was almost flat. The chairs were really comfortable, so I just said I'll take the chair. I went and laid back in my chair with a blanket. We turned off the TV and were talking for maybe 20 minutes in the dark when the motion sensor floodlights started shining through the window, lighting up the room. Now, I really have no idea why people in the country think that it's okay not to have curtains or blinds, because to me, that's insane. We both got quiet, and Amanda says, maybe it's one of the cats? Then we start hearing gravel crunch, like a person walking across gravel in the parking area outside. My chair was closest to the window, and I slid carefully down to the floor, clutching the stupid blanket the whole time. The floodlight timed out and my friend slid to the floor too. We laid on our stomachs in the dark, not knowing what to do for a minute. When we heard a loud bang, and all of a sudden, the house alarm started blaring and the floodlights turned on again. It was so loud, we covered our ears and I started to panic. I swear, I have never been so close to peeing my pants in my life. I began crawling towards the keypad for the security because I've seen the commercials. There's a button you push, and a person responds to you in case of an emergency, or at least sends the police. The main screen says, Patio 1 of 2 open. Amanda starts to cry a little and hits the call assistance button on the pad, and nothing happens. There's no assistance. I ask her where the phone is, and she says there's a phone in the kitchen and one in the parents' room down the hall. So, our choices are to go to the kitchen past the windows and next to one of the patio doors, or to go down the hall to the parents' room and use the phone there. I asked her where the other patio is, and she said it was in the daycare part of the house. It was an easy decision. We go inside the parents' room and it's pitch black. I ask her where's the phone, and she says, I think we have to turn on a light. I really don't want to turn on a light, but I have no choice. I don't have a flashlight and I didn't bring my cell because I had limited minutes. It was a simpler time, and Amanda didn't even get her own cell until after this happened. She turns on the light and we start looking around the room. Not only did these people not have curtains on any window, but they didn't even have closet doors. We see a golf club leaning against the wall by the bed. They probably have it instead of a baseball bat. which is what I had next to my bed at home. We figure if we hit someone with it, it's gonna leave a mark. She grabs it, and we continue our search for the phone. Looking at the obvious places, we find a cordless phone stand minus the actual phone. The alarm is still raging, and we have a light on, and the person who opened the patio door is bound to notice, is all I'm thinking at this point. She asks, "Should we use the locate phone buttons?" I look at her and respond, "Yeah, if you want some strange guy coming in here with it and asking us if we were looking for something." I am getting mad that I'm scared and in this situation, standing there knowing that we have to go to the kitchen. The house alarm stops. It gets country quiet. If you ever lived in the country, you know what I'm talking about. And there isn't another golf club for me to grab. So I make her go out first, flipping every light on and keeping the doors we passed in the hall closed. We double check the security panel and it still says patio open. We hit the call button and it still doesn't work. Double checking the front door is locked, we start for the kitchen. I tell her we have to check the patio near the kitchen, and I grab a big knife that wasn't even close to being sharp from the kitchen. We check the patio door near the kitchen and it's locked. We turn on all the lights and grab the phone and dial 911. The phone isn't a cordless phone. It's one of those old phones with a cord attached on a wall. My friend is on the phone with the dispatcher telling her what happened, and I hear a whistle coming from outside the kitchen window. The thing people don't think about, because I didn't in my thinking that safety was turning on the lights, is while you have the reflection of the inside of the window, people on the outside have a clear view of you, unless you press your face against the window. And I hear the whistle again. It sounds like someone trying to get someone else's attention kind of whistle. But I don't see anything outside, and I'm not pressing my face to the window to see if I'm the person they're whistling for. My friend is still talking to the dispatcher and is crying and saying that she doesn't have the address to the house. She hands me the phone and I say, "Hello?" The dispatcher lady, who sounds annoyed, tells me that she needs an address to send police to. I ask that she trace the call and she says something like, "You're house sitting and you don't even know where you're at?" Scared, angry, and overwhelmed, I hand the phone back to Amanda and start looking for something with an address in the kitchen. I'm looking for in the junk drawer, on the counter, on the refrigerator, fully keeping an eye down the hall that has the daycare rooms, knowing that on the other side of one of those doors is a patio door that was opened. Amanda tells the lady that she doesn't pick up the mail because of their lockbox, and then a few seconds later removes the phone from her ear and stares at me with a blank face. I ask her if they're tracing the call because I can't find anything with an address. Amanda tells me, she said, "I hope the police finds you in time," and then hung up the phone. I was now really scared and angry at the same time. We knew that there were people outside. We knew that the patio door to the daycare area was opened. We did not know what to do. We stood in the kitchen silent for what seemed like forever, but was probably 1 minute. I picked up the phone and dialed 411. I told Amanda that they would have the number to the police department, and as calmly as I could, I explained what was happening to us to 411. I included the 911 dispatcher and said that we really needed the phone number of the town's police department. When we heard a huge metal bang outside the kitchen window by the patio door, it sounded like someone dropped something metal and heavy. Amanda started crying, and I couldn't hold in my fear anymore and started crying too. The 411 operator said that they were connecting us and would stay on the line with us after getting pissed at the 911 dispatcher on our behalf. A police officer answered the phone, and the 411 operator started explaining what was happening to the police. They were asked to disconnect once we had an established connection. The police asked a few questions, and we heard the whistle again outside, and floodlights all around the house turned on again. I was too scared to look outside, and we had never turned on the patio light because we had to walk past the patio window to get to the switch. We told the policeman on the phone about the whistle, and he said that there should be several policemen showing up shortly and to stay on the phone. We were just outside the town limits and knew that it might take a few minutes. Having an officer on the phone made me feel a little better, but I was still really scared. He told us that the police arrived and were coming up the drive. The policeman said to put down the phone and open the door, so I did, and what I saw was a police pickup truck with spotlights flashing into the pastures that ran along both sides of the drive. 2 officers, not with handguns, but with shotguns, slowly walking beside the truck as it came up the long drive. 4 officers approached the house asking us our names. One went to the phone and said they were here and hung up the phone. They ordered us to stay in the dining room and began searching the house and property. One by one they returned. The last one came back in through the patio door by the kitchen. He said he searched the barn, and the horse scared him, and the horse also looked spooked. He asked what other animals were in the barn, and they told us they didn't find anyone and that the daycare patio was not locked. There was, however, a broom and handle in the track to prevent it from being opened too far. I looked at the patio door that the officer entered in and saw there was not a broom handle in that one, then felt dumb because he just walked through it. They lectured Amanda about not knowing the address of the house that she was supposed to be responsible for, and other stuff that I don't remember. After finishing statements, they said they'd stick around and look more, and if we wanted to leave, we could. They could lock the bottom lock, but not activate the alarm, and we were cool with that. We were out there so fast, and we got into my car and went to her mom's. So mentally exhausted, we fell asleep and I went to my office job the next morning. She said she really didn't want to go back to the house, but she had to feed the animals their breakfast. Her mom told her to take her sister and she did. That afternoon, she called me at work. She was really nervous and began telling me that when they went into the house, there was footprints in poop on the carpet. I said it was probably the cop that checked the barn. She said that she didn't know or pay attention. Also, she said that when they went into the barn to feed and water the animals in the morning, someone had tied all the rabbits' legs together in their hutches. They had 10 rabbits the kids used for 4-H. Amanda then continues to say there was a note with the word lucky scribbled on the back of a pizza coupon she thought came from the refrigerator door because the flyer was missing a coupon. It took a while for them to untie the rabbits, and Amanda asked her mom to find someone else from their church to finish the house sitting. She wasn't going back. She also told the officer what she came back to, but no one was ever caught, and the police never called either of us to update us.
This happened way back in October of 2006. At that time, I was just a 19-year-old kid, always on the lookout for adventure. One Friday night, after wrapping up my shift at McDonald's, I met up with some friends who suggested we check out this haunted location called White's Bridge. My one buddy, Brandon, said he had recently learned about it and began telling us the legends associated with the 100-year-old wood-covered bridge. Never one to turn down a spooky experience, we all piled into my green Ford Taurus and headed off on our journey. Brandon gave directions, guiding me off the main road, and within minutes, we were on the dirt back roads, surrounded by woods and cornfields. Our only point of reference was a blinking cell tower off in the distance. We could tell we were getting further from the city, as our cell phones began slowly losing service. As we rode deeper and deeper into what legitimately felt like the absolute middle of nowhere, Brandon repeated the legend associated with the bridge. Back in the early 1900s, a local farmer discovered that his beloved wife had been cheating on him. And in a fit of rage, he killed her and her lover after discovering them in the act. After committing the cold-blooded murder, the farmer left his home and wandered the dirt roads in a daze. He eventually came upon White's Bridge, where the realization of what he had done finally began to sink in. And deciding he would rather die than face the consequences, he hoisted a rope up and over one of the bridge's rafters, and he hung himself. As far as I can tell now, the story is complete fiction. But at the time, we totally believed it. After a long and bumpy ride, Brandon instructed me to turn right on an off-road. I wouldn't have even noticed it was there had he not pointed it out. I took the turn, and there before us was White's Bridge. It looked like something straight out of a horror film. An old wood-covered bridge, aged by time, sitting alone above a river deep in the middle of nowhere. We parked the car on the side of the road, and we got out to explore. Immediately catching our eyes was a scarecrow lying abandoned at the entrance to the bridge. My friend Mike, who was known as somewhat of a risk taker, and a stupid one at that, picked up the scarecrow and lit it on fire. The hay body burst up into a ball of flames, and Mike waved it around proudly next to the old dry wood bridge. Realizing the risk, I told him to throw the damn thing in the river and put it out, which thankfully he did. After making sure there weren't any rogue embers that could ignite the bridge, Brandon suggested we get back in the car and pull it onto the bridge. He explained that the legend was that if you parked your car in the middle of the bridge, put it in neutral, and killed the engine, the spirit of the dead farmer would push the vehicle forward to get it off the bridge. Naturally, we had to try this. We piled back in and did exactly as he said. We parked halfway across the rickety old bridge and killed the engine. We sat in the pitch black, saying nothing, waiting for something, anything, to happen. The only sounds were the creaking of the bridge, the river flowing beneath us, and footsteps. Suddenly, the back driver's side door opens and a woman abruptly enters the back seat, cramming in next to my other two friends back there. She looked to be in her late 20s or early 30s. Long, straight black hair, slim, and wearing a plaid shirt and blue jeans. It's been a while, but this is essentially how I remember the conversation going. "I saw your fire signal for me," she said. Wait, what?" I replied, totally freaked out and at a complete loss for words. "I'm so glad you came. My boyfriend's car broke down that way. I need a ride back." My brain was doing its best to compute the situation. "I'm sorry, but who are you?" I asked. "What are you doing out here?" "I told you," she responded curtly. "My boyfriend's car broke down over there. Can you please just give me a ride so I don't have to walk all the way back?" She was pointing ahead, towards a narrow road that forked off to the right on the other side of the bridge. My friend Mike, the scarecrow burner, and ever the gentleman, added, "I mean, if you need a place to stay, you're more than welcome to come and crash at my place. I got plenty to drink and..." I interrupted him. "No, lady, listen. I'm sorry. I don't know who you are. You just got in my car and this is all really weird. You could be an axe murderer for all I know. And I'm sorry, you have to get out." She glared at me in the rearview mirror. If looks could kill, I would have been done for. "But you signaled for me," she responded in an irritated tone. "We weren't signaling for you. Get out." She let out an angry sigh and she got out, walking back in the direction from which she came and disappearing into the night. I started the engine right up and looked at my friends. They all had looks of disbelief on their faces. Without saying a word, I put the car in drive and slowly rolled forward off the bridge. We needed to turn around and go back across the bridge to get back to where we'd come from. And the only way to do that was to pull onto the side road. The side road that the woman said her boyfriend's car had broken down on, and then reverse. As I pulled onto the side road, my headlights illuminated the 3 posted signs that I hadn't been able to see from the bridge. "No trespassing," "Private property," and "Do not enter." Looking up the road, there was no sign of the woman. Wherever she went, it didn't appear she went that way. I didn't want to stick around though, so I backed up and crossed the bridge again. And from there, began the journey home. We didn't have much to say on the ride home, and I think we were all equally stunned. Except for Mike, who asked if he knew anyone that would be awake at this hour. Someone he could score some weed from. I visited White's Bridge a couple other times after that, but nothing of note happened in my subsequent visits. Sadly, some delinquents burned down the old White's Bridge some years ago. It was rebuilt, but from what I hear, it's just not the same as the original. I don't have any plans to go back and check it out. So, to the strange lady who entered my car, out in the middle of nowhere, at 2 a.m. Let's not meet.
This was pretty horrifying when it happened, especially for everyone involved, but enough time has gone by now that I can laugh about it. So, here it goes. I was in my second year of university, and my flat was near a quiet road surrounded by woodland, so we'd occasionally see roe deer and other wildlife roaming around. We weren't that far from campus, but it was still pretty out of the way. One night, it must have been around 10 p.m., my housemate got home, came straight upstairs to my room, and told me that a deer had been hit by a car and killed. It was lying practically in the middle of the road. There weren't many streetlights, so it posed a serious risk to any drivers who might not see it in the dark. It could flip up and go through someone's windscreen or cause them to swerve into a tree. We considered calling campus security to come and remove the deer, but we knew it would take them a while to get there. So we figured we might as well try and move it off the road and onto the pavement. I grabbed some heavy-duty plastic garbage bags, and my housemate brought a torch. When we got to the place where the deer was, I gingerly put my hand on her neck to check that she was definitely dead. I almost screamed when she suddenly came to life, flailing her legs out and thrashing and making the most god-awful groaning noise. It was like a horror movie jump scare. We were both very shaken, though thankfully out of the kicking range. After the last outburst, the deer unfortunately did pass away. Though I think that we were both secretly relieved that we didn't have to put her out of her misery ourselves. Killing a half-dead animal with a rock was very much not my 2018 bucket list. No cars had come by yet, so between us, we were able to wrap the deer in garbage bags and lift it. Once we had it up, it seemed stupid to just dump it there on the pavement when the woods were right next to us. We decided to carry it a bit further out and leave it at a sheltered woodland area. I know how dumb it sounds now, but at the same time, it seemed perfectly sensible. You can probably guess what happened next. We'd been walking for a couple minutes, and the bag was leaking blood from the deer's hind leg, and it was generally just a pretty messy business. We were talking as we went, and I said something about how I hoped she hadn't suffered too much, and how we needed to find out an out-of-the-way place to drop the corpse, and etc. What we didn't know is that not that far away, just out of our line of sight, was a guy out for a late-night smoke. I smelled the weed, but had no idea anyone else was around until we were on our way out of the woods again. At which point we saw him walking ahead of us very fast, occasionally darting horrified glances over his shoulder. He was white as a sheet, and as we drew nearer, he broke into an outright run. And when we finally emerged onto the street, we saw him disappear around the corner. I can only imagine how freaked out he must have been. From his perspective, he'd seen two people wandering through the woods after dark, dragging a heavy, bloody garbage bag and discussing the most efficient way to dispose of a woman's body. We spent the next few days half expecting to receive some sort of call from security accusing us of murder, but nothing ever came of it. Maybe he went back to check for the body and realized what had happened, or he was just too traumatized to report it. Either way, I'm pretty sure we gave that man the shock of his life. So, to the innocent weed-smoking guy in the woods, I am so sorry, and I promise I'm not a murderer. This happened on a typical summer's night in New York City. It was about 10:30 p.m. and I was returning from a community board meeting with my father. We were just about to climb the steps to our apartment building when I noticed a car holding up traffic, lights blinking. Out comes a tall man holding a phone. He says, "Take this call," holding the phone towards my father. My dad, presumably weirded out, refuses. I was thinking the whole situation was funny until he says, "Take this call or I'll kill your son." My stomach dropped. This wasn't a peculiar situation anymore. The man kept on insisting, holding out the phone over and over and threatening to kill me again. Honestly, I don't know why my dad didn't take the call. Eventually, he leaves the phone on the sidewalk and presumably gets back in his car, still holding up traffic. I'm crying because of the sheer shock as we make it to the street corner, where there are bright lights and loud music, with plenty of people enjoying late-night dinners. Normally, I would have been annoyed at this nuisance to relaxation, but I welcomed it now. My dad meets back up with his friend from the community board meeting and asks to use his phone to call the police. No answer. Typical. Just then, we turn back and see a police cruiser on the block, possibly responding to the holdup of traffic. My father and I met up with an officer, and he tells us they've apprehended the suspect. Me, not knowing what the heck happened, was relieved by an explanation that the guy was on something. It made it a little more palatable, and to this day, I don't know why he wanted my dad to take the call.
My boyfriend, 23, and I, 22, moved to the very end of an island about 6 months ago. It's a second-level condo and is part of a club type thing. Pretty much any people living here are above the age of 60, which isn't bad, but I definitely get the vibe that we are disturbing their community from some. It's a really peaceful atmosphere and really low crime rate, nice condos. We recently took our condo off the market and are in the process of selling it and moving. While beautiful, it's incredibly isolating here, and if I stay any longer, I'll lose my sanity. So to get to our door, you have to go up a set of stairs on the side, and ours is the end unit, so it's right there. We have one window right above our sink that faces out towards the stairs, right by our door. A few days before I left back to my home state, my boyfriend has to stay because of work, we heard a knock at our door. I went to check who it was at the little window first and was met with a woman about in her 60s, arms crossed and leaning against the railing, staring in the direction through our window at me with a smirk on her face. She didn't look intimidating, just creepy, and I didn't feel like interacting, so I ignored her. All is well the last few days that I'm there. The day I get back to my home state, my boyfriend casually mentions on the phone how someone had been knocking, but we brush it off. Next day, he gets home from work and goes to take his daily after-work shit. Right as he sits down, he hears the doorbell ring and a knock. Again, he doesn't answer, and they're gone by the time he gets down there. This happens the next day as well, except they did it twice while he was there. Today they came and rang the doorbell right as he had gone to take a nap, but they rang it repeatedly and pretty annoyingly followed with loud knocks. Up to this point, we had thought it was new homeowners wanting to chat some more since they are close by and we had a few run-ins before, so we called them up to see if it was them. They said they hadn't stopped by at all. 2 hours after this, while on FaceTime, someone started ringing the doorbell aggressively again, immediately followed with a bunch of loud knocks. He's kind of freaking me out at this point, as we know nobody down there and haven't done anything to warrant someone to be doing this every day, especially since they've gotten so aggressive with it. I told him to stand by the door next time to check and see if they're trying to turn the doorknob or to listen for their voice or footsteps. When they start walking away, peek around the window to see if you can get a look at them, or to just ask them what they want through the door. If they don't give a solid answer, to tell them to fuck off and stop. I'm pretty worried for him. We do have a young Frenchie we're take out a lot, and I know they're getting dog kidnapped recently. I don't know if that's far-fetched, but it still worries me, especially when my boyfriend has to go to work for a few hours. The other thing I can think of is there's this woman there who's about maybe 30. Even before this all started happening, he mentioned how she seems off. As in, maybe not all mentally there. I never noticed her myself, but my boyfriend said she's always out and nearby when he's out doing anything. She just walks around with no real direction, and it's constant. He only pointed her out to me once, and I got a glimpse as she walked away. Last night around 10 p.m., my boyfriend was at the community grill finishing his brisket when he saw her walking, which is kind of strange, but then she sees him and cuts into the grass right next to him, walking right by him and into the grass space behind the condos. We always take our dog on that way back to our condos. I don't know if it's maybe her? I'll be back in a few days, but any suggestions until then? Any possibilities on why someone would be knocking like this?
This happened during the early 2000s. I was living in a crack house in Vermont. There were a lot of people coming and going on a regular basis doing drugs, selling drugs, and buying drugs. One of the people that visited was part of a biker gang called the Green Mountain Boys. We used to chill out with him and smoke weed. He was really chatty and bragged about things that I neither wanted to hear nor needed to hear, and frankly, he probably wasn't allowed to talk about. But that didn't stop him. On one occasion, we visited a trailer park where one of the veteran members of the bike gang was. We sat down in his kitchen to smoke some weed, and my landlady told him about his younger gang member being a chatty Cathy. He listened quietly and looked at me and said, "Can you corroborate what she's telling me?" "Yeah, man, absolutely. Dude shows up at least once a week and tells us about what y'all are up to." The old man looked at me with squinted eyes and shook his finger, saying, "I'm gonna look into this. If you're right, that boy is going missing. You understand me? So be sure you're telling the truth. If I end up taking care of this kid, and we find out later that you're bullshitting me, I will bury you next to him." I had a sinking feeling in my chest. I was definitely telling the truth, but I didn't want to be responsible for someone going missing, and I also didn't want someone to convince them that I was lying. I was like, "Look, I don't want to get involved. Just ignore what I said." He responded, "Too late. I'll be in touch." I was pretty freaked out. I was also pissed because the crackhead skank next to me ran her mouth and told him that I was there. I just verified that she wasn't lying, but now I'm on the hook? Fast forward a few months, I'm cleaning up my life. I quit doing drugs, and I was only smoking a bit of weed and occasionally eating mushrooms. I even started exercising. I had been accepted into the Air Force and was getting ready to do something positive with my life. One day, I came back from a meeting with a recruiter, and my roommate said, "Hey man, your dad's been looking for you. Showed up 3 times since this morning." "My dad? Huh? I haven't spoken to him in like 3 years. How does he know where I live?" "No clue, man. He was just really hellbent on talking with you." "What did he look like?" I asked. Old dude, beard, hand tattoos, and denim jacket." "That's not my dad." I was freaked. I knew who he was describing, and the fact that the biker showed up was bad news. The fact that he showed up 3 times means that he was determined to catch up to me. The fact that he pretended to be my father means he was luring me to the door. I never found out what he wanted, and I never found out if anything happened to the young biker. I moved out that night and lived in my car until my basic training date. Last time I was back in Vermont, the crackhead was still in the house, smoking crack and chumming it up with the bikers. I think I dodged a bullet, but it still creeps me out to think about it.
ETA. This story and everything written here is 100% the truth and did really happen to me in Arnold, Missouri. I don't want anyone to call me a liar or claim plagiarism. This is a first-hand account of some truly fucked up abuse that I experienced. I appreciate the comments of support from the good people of Reddit. So, this happened when I, female, 38, was 11 years old, living in a lower middle-class neighborhood in Missouri. This occurred over approximately 6 months or so. I had naively put up posters offering babysitting services with my phone number on them. It was the early 90s. What can I say? I began getting phone calls from a man who identified himself as a doctor. Again, I was kind of sheltered and naive, so I believed him. He asked me some pretty basic health questions at first, but a few phone calls in, he started asking me more sexual questions. Examples are, had I hit puberty yet? Had I gotten my first period? Etc. He asked the same about my older sister. Then, it progressed to him asking me to touch myself while on the phone with him. This happened several times. He was adamant that I didn't tell anyone about our calls. After a while, I was feeling very uneasy and was lying to him about if I had done what he asked. I think he could tell I was lying, and he seemed to be getting frustrated with me. One day he called, and my older sister was there by the phone. I asked him to hold, and tried to get her to act like me, so she could hear what kind of shit he was saying. She resisted, but I begged her. But when she finally took the phone, he had hung up. I think it was about a week later. I was walking alone around the neighborhood. I used to walk around it a few times a day, a few times a week. On this day, I was on my street, about 12 houses away from mine. I noticed a car was driving very slow behind me. All I remember is it was dark colored and kinda old. And I didn't want to look very hard or long, so I didn't see the driver. I got a creepy feeling, so I picked up my pace. The car kept pace with me, never passing me, always about 10 feet behind. I was panicking. I just wanted to get home. So, I just kept walking faster and faster until I was at a jog. I finally reached my house and ran up to the door. Before opening it, I looked back and saw the car pull quickly into the next door neighbor's driveway and turn around. I never got another phone call after that, and never was followed again, to my knowledge. But looking back, I realized that I was probably very close to being kidnapped. I'm lucky he didn't try to grab me. Some backstory in my area: there had been a series of missing and murdered young girls. I think I was targeted by that same person. Freaky shit, man. I never told my parents. I wish I would have.
One afternoon, I walked to my local corner store for some smokes. About a 7-minute walk if you're really taking your time. As I was exiting the store, a woman approached me and politely asked for a cigarette. She was gorgeous, super short hair, and looked a lot like the woman who played Claire Underwood from House of Cards. Super lean, great shape, and well-kept. Couldn't be older than early 40s, and wore regular clothes. Basically, a white tank top, jeans, and regular shoes. People who are homeless don't always look dirty, but my immediate impression, based off of her mannerisms, was that she was taking a break from a walk or something. It was really hot outside, and I live in Los Angeles County. So I obliged, and after she handed my lighter back to me, her smile suddenly disappears, and she gets really, it's like she flipped a switch and the polite smiling woman disappeared. It felt like her eyes got dark, like she dissociated. She took a drag and looked me in the face. "Do you know what the fuck is going on too, or no?" I had no idea what she meant, so I shook my head. There was that really mean smirk as she said, "Oh, so you're a dumb bitch too, huh? I swear to fucking God, these fucking..." and then proceeded to say slurs. "Moved into our land, took our jobs," and no fucking joke, she dead-ass said it. "You're Trejo, aren't you?" I was completely shocked by this, because it was a nonsensical question. I thought it was a joke, but I could tell that it just couldn't have been. I feel as if she would have attacked me if I even replied, so I didn't respond at all. She seemed to lose perception of me while she started monologuing. It was getting more aggressive, so I managed to slowly walk away while she started raising her voice to say really horrible shit to no one. Most of it was racist, and I knew that she wasn't talking directly to me, but her eyes would dart back to me. I can't explain it well. I remember getting the goosebumps and immediately felt like running. Just sudden maximum adrenaline. I kept my cool and walked along the side of the busier road so there would be witnesses if I happened to be attacked or something. Thankfully, she didn't follow. This wasn't the only time. It felt like she was either waiting around for me or something, because I ran into her multiple times over the entire year of 2019, 2 of them being at the same corner store again. The second time was at McDonald's on the other corner. I was baked as shit, eating that good, and everyone reacts to a woman crying loudly from a booth that was a few tables behind me. Dread. I don't know how, but I just knew, and I couldn't bring myself to look. A manager approached her, and after asking if the woman was okay, the woman replied with, "Do I look fucking okay to you?" and just kind of went off. The manager threatened to call the cops, so the woman got her stuff together and I just tried to keep my eyes down. As she passed me, right before leaving, like literally her hand pushing the door open, she backs up and glares directly at me. Hey, fucking look at me. Y'all, this woman, she radiated wrath. Mama didn't raise no bitch, but I'm not fearless. And for the first time in a very long time, I was actually terrified to death of another person. I looked up and she asked my name. Hi, I'm... And then I told her my name. She responded with, "You're full of shit. You're Danny, aren't you? Is that you, Trejo?" I tried to reassure her that I was not in fact Danny Trejo and apologized for being unable to help her find him. She then said, "Well, next time you see him, tell him to go fuck himself." Flipped me the bird and then left. The employees checked on me, but I stayed in that McDonald's for an extra hour just to be safe. I had my roommate pick me up and drive me home since I walked, and it was less than a 10-minute walk, broad as daylight. and I just couldn't find the strength to do it, and my body felt so weak and shaky anyway. I hadn't cried about being afraid of another person in over 10 years. Being so afraid of someone who is potentially my neighbor, someone who might be following me. I saw her in passing at least once a week that year, until I got too scared to leave my home. We were complete strangers and I didn't do anything to her except bum her a cigarette. The final time I ran into her was at the corner store again, month 5 or 6 of running into her. She was wearing really nice satin or silk pajamas, clean white fuzzy slippers, and had a cig in her hand. She saw me walking down the sidewalk, and I didn't have a choice but to look down and pass her. I ended up looking up and gave her a kind of weak smile, like a just passing through, kind of softer than the hello coworker scrunched face, you know. She still looked so evil, and I saw that she watched as I rounded the corner. I fucking bolted. Sprinting home takes less than a few minutes, but it felt like forever. I couldn't bring myself to go to the corner store for months after that, especially by myself, despite having lived the area for 3 years and befriending the clerks. My neighborhood isn't even a high crime area, and I never felt unsafe until that happened. Just a note from one afflicted about another. The story is not meant to find actual humor out of those with illness or trauma or addiction. As absurd as it happened, this woman has an affliction that somehow convinced her that I'm an actual enemy in a way that made me feel legitimately threatened. I haven't seen her in a year, thankfully, and I hope she found some kind of help. So, afflicted Claire Underwood lookalike, I'm sorry for whatever you've been through, but I really hope we never meet ever again. If we do, I hope that you'll be well enough to see that I'm actually a 28-year-old female and very, very white. Just a note, this all took place 2 years ago, not too long after I moved to LA from Michigan. Because of this event, I learned a lot about advocating mental illness and stigma, which I now do on a regular basis in real life and online. Mind you, that this was written from the before perspective, explaining that we can't assume anything about someone regardless of the beauty, stature, wealth, or appearance of it, and etc. It's important to be kind. Also, nowhere in there did I diagnose anyone. I am not entitled to do this because that is not my place. The word affliction should carry a neutral connotation and definition. My only harsh opinion toward those who claim to advocate awareness is that you need to think more about what cognitive dissonance means. Disclaimer: I don't feel the need to change any names in this story, as the people involved have very common names, and I don't think it would matter regardless. I have no proof that the man I'm talking about is actually a killer, but in the very least, he's not a good person, and I'm scared for anyone who is part of his life today. This takes place in 2016 to 2017. I was born in the year of 2000, so I was 16 to 17. I worked at a popular chain restaurant as a hostess. We had a high turnover rate, so we constantly had new people working there. The bar was pretty low on who we would hire. Anyway, one day, this guy comes in, mid-40s, probably around 5'9", and of average build. He has a small gap between his teeth and emotionless eyes, dark gray or brown hair, and a bit of a comb over. He was wearing a Hawaiian-style button-up shirt and khaki cargo shorts. He asked to talk to the manager, Michael, which is a good friend of mine. And after about 30 minutes of the two talking, the man shakes Michael's hand and leaves. We joke that he looks like the stereotypical serial killer. He had no job background to talk about, really. Just that he's from California and he was a male escort. He's having a second interview on Tuesday, so I guess we'll see what happens, Michael says to me. We both made jokes for the next couple of days about the serial killer coworker that we were sure we would soon have. Even after he was hired, it was a running joke amongst everyone. His name was John. On the surface, he was okay, maybe a little inappropriate at times and touchy-feely with the girls, including myself, but everyone just said, "Oh, that's just how he is. He doesn't mean anything by it." And I said that too. Looking back, it's weird how we just let him get away with a borderline sexual harassment. I can recall several times that he grabbed me by my waist, called me sexy, even made sexual noises anytime I entered the room. I was around 16, and I had only been working there for about 6 months. I had become close with most of the staff at that point, even the new guy, John. He was a little weird to everyone, but especially to me. It was like he had some kind of fascination. In the back of my mind, I thought I should stay on his good side, just in case he was as creepy as he acted. So, when he invited us all to barbecue at his house, I went. I didn't want any reason for him to dislike me. Maybe that's because I'm a people pleaser, or maybe it was just the feeling in my gut. It was me, Michael, and his girlfriend, their 3 children, and Justin. John told me to get there at 4. So I did, and when I arrived, I realized I was the first one there. I always get to places early, so I figured everyone else would be there soon. He lived in a nice neighborhood, and from what it seemed, he was pretty well off. Nice house, 2 cars, a boat even. I'm greeted by John at the front door, and he welcomes me in with a hug. "You're here. The others should show up soon. Want to help me cook burgers?" I'm a vegetarian, so I have no idea how to do this. He chuckled. We all thought it was weird when he invited us to barbecue because of the fact that he didn't eat meat. He made that clear at the restaurant when anyone would offer him a boneless wing or a piece of steak. I figured he just wanted an excuse to have some people over. He lived alone after all. He told us that he had a girlfriend in Germany and that he was previously married in California. He had 3 kids. One was an adult at this point, and the other 2 must have been between 4 to 8. I had met his children before when they came to visit him at work. The oldest took care of the 2 younger kids. She was deaf, which I thought was interesting because I have never met a deaf person before. She seemed like she didn't like John and only came to see him when she was dropping the 2 young ones to visit him for the weekend. He didn't have custody of either of them and usually only saw them once every couple of months. "Sure, but I'm not a very good cook," I replied, giving him a forced smile. I had never been alone with him before, and I was getting more uncomfortable by the second. "First, I should give you a tour. Come on." He grabbed me by the hand and ushered me outside. He had a good-sized backyard. It had a privacy fence, not 1 but 2 small sheds and a garden. "Oh, so that's where you dismember people and put them in the garden, don't you?" I joked, looking back at him, and he just smiled. John had caught on to the serial killer jokes at work rather quickly, but he thought it was funny. He would often joke about hiding dead bodies, and I would usually play along. I don't know why I did. I think I really did feel that it was just an inside joke. Ah, you got me. Why do you think the veggies grow so well? He had said in a joking voice while walking towards the garden. Ex-wives make excellent fertilizer. After a while, we went back into the kitchen and he told me to put on an apron. I did because he said it more like an order than a suggestion. You look so sexy in that. Here, let me take a picture to send to the girls. You know they love you, right? He pulled out his phone and said, "Smile." At this point, I started to realize that I had been there for at least an hour, and no one else was there yet. I texted a quick text to Michael, asking him when he would be getting here, and he replied with, "John told us to be there at 6. Are you already there?" I gulp. Why would he tell me to get there 2 hours before everyone else? Che, come sit with me. Sit in this chair. John called from the living room, so I did. He patted the back of the recliner as to let me know that that was my spot. I sat down, and he sat down on the couch across from me. I guess now would be a good time to mention that John owned several guns, and he usually had one strapped to his hip. No big deal. This was Texas. It's pretty normal for people to own guns. But he had unstrapped his gun and he was looking at it, toying with it. "Do you want a drink?" he asked, gesturing to the beer in his hand. "Oh, no, thank you. I don't really like beer," I replied, probably looking uncomfortable at this point. "I think I'm going to text Michael to hurry up. I got a 16-year-old girl and a gun." He chuckled as he typed away at his phone. I thought he was joking until Michael texted me, asking if everything was okay and saying that he would be there soon and just to sit tight. About 20 minutes later, everyone had shown up and Michael made it a point to mouth, "Are you okay?" to me, and I nodded. John was just joking after all, right? The night went on, still weird, but not quite as bad as before. Justin and John made a quick work of cooking, and the rest of us sat at the table, including Michael's kids. He had 2 boys and 1 girl, and his girlfriend was named Megan. Soon John had fixed up some cocktails for all of us, even me. I hardly touched it, but when Megan finishes hers, she got up to get a refill. This is when it got weird. "Sit down," John demanded, standing up from his spot at the table. She just looked at him, confused. "I'm just getting a I'll get it for you. You're the guest. Sit down," he said, a bit more calm than before. He grabbed her cup and went back into the kitchen to fill it up. We all just kind of looked at each other. He made a quick work of eating, even though the burger were almost raw in the middle. At some point, John had started talking about his kids and missing them. That's when he told Michael's daughter to come sit on his lap. She was a sweet little girl, so she did. "I love you," John told her, tearing up. "Say it back." So she did, and he started bawling. He was rambling about being so happy that he had friends and he wished that we could all just stay there forever. We were all quiet except for Justin, who was oblivious to everything going on. He kept munching away at his burgers. As everyone was getting ready to leave, my mom pulled up to come and get me. John quickly pulled us both into one of his sheds, sitting us both down. My mom just looked at me, confused. "Thank you so much for letting your daughter be my friend. It means so much to me. I know it's kind of weird since I'm old and she's still a kid, but it makes me so happy." And he kept repeating this in different variations for about 10 minutes until my mom said, "Okay, we're leaving now." And we both started heading for the car. Michael and Megan were still there, looking slightly relieved to see us. Later, I found out that John had ordered them to wait until he came back to leave. They wanted to leave as soon as he stepped into the shed, but they didn't want to leave us, and Justin had already left. Once they saw us emerge, they got into their car and started strapping the kids into their car seats. John followed me and my mother to our car and stood in the way of the open driver's side door as soon as my mom buckled up. "Please, don't leave," he said, still blocking us from closing the door. Eventually, he left after we made up excuses about how it was getting dark and that we had to go. Later, I had heard from Michael that John came back from our car and told him and Megan that my mom was crazy and wouldn't let him leave from our car and that she must have been on drugs. A few months later, me and another coworker had planned on seeing a movie after work together. He was also named Michael, but because that's confusing, we call him Logan. Logan had about an hour more of his shift left, and I had decided to wait at one of the empty tables and eat some lunch. As I sat there, John came into the restaurant, presumably to get his check because we all had to pick our checks from the manager. He noticed me sitting alone and took the opportunity to sit down next to me. "JJ, what are you doing?" he exclaimed, with a big smile on his face. "Oh, I'm waiting for Logan. We're going to see a movie together and he's finished with his tables," I replied, giving him a forced smile. "Why don't you come wait at my house? I'm sure you don't want to stay here any longer than you have to." He leaned in, never taking his eyes off me. "He's going to be done soon. I might as well just wait here," I replied, trying to convince him to leave me alone. He didn't leave me alone, and he begged me to come with him. And since I have a hard time saying no to people, I agreed. I let Logan know what was going on. He seemed concerned, but he said, "All right, I'll be there soon." Michael and I had already told Logan about our weird experience with him before, so he knew that John was weird. Once we got to John's house, he gave me a glass of orange juice and vodka. "I'm not supposed to drink, you know. I'm only 16. I reminded him, but he persisted. "Come on, relax. I'm not going to do anything. Here, you can hold this." And that's when he handed me a gun. "Don't worry, it's loaded." He smiled at me. I had never held a gun before, and I definitely did not want to hold it. It was all very uncomfortable and weird. "Here, sit down right here. You can help me with my puzzle," he told me, pulling a bench out by a small table. God, you look so sexy with that thing. I sat down at the table, trying to ignore his comments. I sat the gun down and began working on the half-finished puzzle. John put my screwdriver down next to the gun. I was right next to a window, and as I looked outside, I realized it was raining. Logan had texted me that he was on his way, and I was just glad that I would get to leave soon. John was sat on the couch with several guns and a lot of ammunition sitting on the coffee table in front of him. From what I could tell, he was cleaning the guns, but the way the room was set up, he had his back facing me. Logan eventually showed up, and we had about 20 minutes until the movie started. "Well, we better get going," Logan said, motioning for me to follow him. Just as I got up, John pointed to the kitchen. "Why don't you stay for a drink? You have time before the movie starts, right?" Before either of us could protest, he patted the spot next to him, getting up, and soon returning from the kitchen with a mixed drink for Logan. "Okay, just one, I guess," he agreed, which turned into 2, which turned into 3. Not by Logan's choice, but because John was so insistent. Okay, the movie just started. If we get there fast, we might make it before the commercials end. Logan got up, grabbing his keys. You really think you should drive right now? Logan, you've been drinking. John chuckled, taking the keys out of his hand. Stay here for a while. I would feel awful if you got into an accident. Please, he begged. Logan and I exchanged a concerned look before sitting back down. Okay, we'll stay until the next showing, I guess, I said to them both, forcing a smile. Do you guys want to see something? John asked. We nodded hesitantly. He brought out a small safe and struggled to unlock it for about 10 minutes. He even made me try because he liked watching me struggle to open it. I'm going to make you two rich. Look, he said. Once we finally got it open, the safe was full of $2 bills and $1 coins. Cool stuff, but nothing of real value. He handed us both 2 Sacagawea coins each, claiming that they would put us through college. Neither of us were buying it, but we went along with it, thanking him. My father collected coins, so I knew a small amount of information about them, and I assumed that John was just confused. Then, he pulled out a Nebraska Centennial gun. It was gold-plated and had a mother-of-pearl handle. He pointed at the wall and pulled the trigger. Nothing happened. Whoops. Glad that wasn't loaded. John chuckled before putting it down and using his hands to spread the coins and various forms of currency around the table. He did that for a while, scooping up coins and letting them fall between his fingers. You guys should go get some drugs. I don't care. Anything, John told us, and his eyes widened. Logan and I saw this as an opportunity, and we took it. Sure, we'll go do that. We'll be back soon. Logan replied, grabbing his keys. Once we got into his car, we both breathed a sigh of relief. We decided to go to Michael's house to tell him about all the weird shit that had just happened. We got there, and after telling him everything, Michael got a text on his phone. It's from John, he said slowly. He said, Don't trust them. They're liars and bad people. They're evil. They're using me. Me and Logan just looked at each other. Us? Is he talking about us? I asked, getting concerned. Yeah, I think so. He keeps repeating the same thing. I have like 15 texts from him. Michael told us, showing us his screen. Shit, Logan said, his eyes getting wide. I forgot my phone at his house. Me and Michael looked at each other. Do you want us to go with you? What do we do? Michael asked. Go and say that my mom wanted me home, and so you ended up dropping me off at my house, but you forgot your phone. Say we couldn't find any drugs for him. We looked for a while, and that's why it took so long. We couldn't call him to let him know because you left his phone, and mine is out of service. I instructed, trying to come up with the best excuse that I could. Logan left, and about 40 minutes later, he came back. He's literally crazy. I got there, gave him the excuse, and got my phone. He was just sitting in the chair looking at me. Then he got up and hugged me. He wouldn't let me go for like 10 minutes. He kept saying that he loves me and that I'm his best friend. Logan told us how we all decided that there's something wrong with John. We never went back to his house, but John began acting weird at work, erratic, jumping from happy to sad randomly, and he quit a few months later. And the last we heard was that he moved to Tennessee. I looked him up on Mugshot's website and found an arrest record. It was from 2013, and the charge was listed as assault with injury. The most prominent conversation that I remember having with him was when he said that he wished me and him could run off together, rob banks, kill people, and have a lot of sex, in his words. He said that I could be the Bonnie to his Clyde, that I'm the woman of his dreams. I was 16. So, John, let's never meet again. Hello everyone, it's your creepy sister here. Thank you so much for watching the video. I really appreciate each and every one of you. I would also like to thank my following patrons: Ralph, Jake, Fire05, Gabro, Moschino, Lori, Eskimono, and Matt's Chats. Thank you very, very much. I really do appreciate it. If you want to support the channel further, you can be a patron too. But remember, it's appreciated, but never a requirement. I would also like to announce that we have merch now. The link is in the description of the video, along with all my other social media links, like my Discord server, Twitter, Instagram, and others. You can connect with me and send your stories there. And don't forget to like and subscribe if you haven't yet, and comments are highly appreciated. And remember, your fear feeds me.